everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's Ethical Hacking Full Course, your perfect way to kickstart your career in one of the most exciting and high demand fields in tech. With cyber attacks happening all around us, ethical hackers play a key role in keeping businesses safe by spotting and fixing security flaws before hackers can take advantage of them. In this course, we will begin with the basics, learn about network, operating system, and common security issues. You'll discover how to find weaknesses in a system, test system security, and carry out real-world penetration tests. We will also cover hacker techniques so that you can always stay one step ahead. So let's get started on your journey to become a cybersecurity pro. Now, before we commence, if you're interested in stepping into one of the most in-demand fields, then the Advanced Executive Program in Cybersecurity by Simplilearn is the perfect opportunity for you. In just 6 months, you will gain expertise in ethical hacking, penetration testing, ransomware analysis, and advanced defense strategies through a hands-on, industry-relevant approach. This program, offered in collaboration with IIIT Bangalore and IBM, features live interactive classes, real-world projects, and industry-recognized certifications. You will also benefit from masterclasses by top IIIT Bangalore faculty and an ex-NPCI expert diving into cutting-edge topics like GenAI with cybersecurity. So whether you're looking to start or advance your career in cybersecurity, this course will make you job ready with practical tools, projects, certifications to help you stand out. So hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link below.
And welcome to the next video in the cybersecurity space. In this video, we are going to discuss what is ethical hacking. Now take this as an example. There is an organization that keeps on getting compromised or keeps on getting attacked repeatedly every month, and they're at a loss of why exactly this is happening. So an employee comes up with a brilliant idea of hiring an ethical hacker to test the security systems. The bosses agree and the company ends up hiring an ethical hacker. Now, what this hacker does is they try to test all the security controls that the organization has implemented, all the applications, maybe even the databases, and then they start giving a report. So here you can see that they are trying to test the firewall, maybe fire viruses, malicious queries towards the firewall, hack the company's website, test the company's websites, any applications that the company is utilizing, and try to analyze the responses that they're going to get. So they're trying to emulate a hacker scenario where a hacker is trying to attack and trying to figure out the vulnerabilities and the areas for compromise to the organization's infrastructure. So once the report is ready, they would be submitting the report to the organization, and they would then give recommendations of how to enhance the security posture of the organization. Once the security posture is enhanced, the likelihood of the organization getting compromised reduces drastically. Thus, the organization becomes a lot more secure than it was before. And this is what we are going to discuss in this video. So first and foremost, we are going to discuss what is ethical hacking. We are going to talk about the types of hackers. We are looking at phases of ethical hacking, common types of attacks that are possible on networks and other systems. And then we are talking about certification and job roles in the cybersecurity space as well. So what exactly is ethical hacking? Ethical hacking is locating weaknesses or vulnerabilities of computers and information system using the intent and actions of a malicious hacker. Now the difference here is the intent. A malicious hacker will try to gain something for their own personal gains, or try to cause damage to the other organization. Here, the intent of the ethical hacker is to identify possible flaws and vulnerabilities, weaknesses, and then try to enhance the security on those weaknesses by mitigating those weaknesses, thus preventing malicious hackers from getting access. So the intent is the complete other way around, where a malicious hacker may be looking at gaining personally from these attacks, where an ethical hacker would prevent the vulnerability, thus prevent the hack from happening in the first place. An ethical hacker is an expert who penetrates a computer system or network on behalf of its owners to find security vulnerabilities that the hacker can exploit. So the difference between the hacker and ethical hacker here is that the hacker is not authorized by the organization, whereas in case of ethical hacker, it's the organization themselves who have hired the services of the ethical hacker to test the security controls, to test the network, to test applications, and find out flaws within them so that they can be fixed. Ethical hacker is also known as a penetration tester. So the job role here is to find vulnerabilities and to fix them so that malicious hackers may not be able to misuse them. What are the advantages of hiring an ethical hacker in an organization? First and foremost, ethical hackers can emulate or simulate the scenarios that a hacker would. They have the same knowledge, might use the same tools, except for the intent. So they will be able to identify the security threats for the organization. Once the security threats have been mitigated, the organization can actually focus on their business and increase productivity. Once the attacks have been mitigated and the compromises have been minimized, the organization can full-fledged work towards their goals, their objectives of the business, and be more productive. The reputation of the company can be safeguarded. We obviously don't want to deal with organizations that keep on repeatedly getting hacked and compromise our data. We wouldn't trust those organizations with our private and personal data in the first place, which means that this is going to inspire customer confidence. The customer would feel that if the organization is secure and is able to protect themselves, they would be able to protect the customer's data and customers' private information as well, which is the protection for your customers or clients. So this can be advertised as by the organization saying, we have ethical hackers, we do proactive approach towards our security measures, we have integrated security mechanisms in place, we are safe, we have been tested, and we can prove that we are security compliant. Once the customers come to know about this, customers would feel a lot more safer to deal with such organizations. After discussing the advantages of hiring an ethical hacker, let's discuss the types of hackers. The first classification is of a black hat hacker. These people are individuals with extraordinary computing skills, which means they are very intelligent, they can program quite a bit, they know everything about hacking, and these guys are experts. However, their intent is malicious or destructive in nature. They would want to harm the victim and gain possibly monetarily from these kind of activities. Some of these people would do it for fun, an ego boost if you will. The second classification is of a grey hat hacker. These are individuals who work offensively as well as defensively. So at times they can, for an agenda, become a black hat hacker, gain out of it, hack without authorization, and at times they can actually accept a contract from an organization to help them enhance the security of that organization. And then there are white hat hackers. These are individuals professing the same skills that of a black hat or a grey hat. They might use the same tools, possess the same knowledge, except for the intent. Their intent is not to cause harm, but to protect the organization and enhance their security skills. These are people like us. These are ethical hackers who essentially try to emulate or simulate the attacks from a black hat hacker's perspective to find out the flaws and then try to mitigate them, try to enhance the security posture of the organization to prevent that organization from getting hacked. And then there are suicide hackers. These are individuals who bring down critical infrastructure for a cause. The main difference between the black hat hackers and suicide hackers is that black hat hackers will try to hide their identity. Suicide hackers do not. In fact, they will claim responsibility for the attacks that they have done. Then we have script kiddies. These are unskilled hackers. They have no idea what they're doing. They may not be technically very adept, but they rely on tools already created by black hat hackers and then try to use those tools and leverage them to try to hack an organization. A cyber terrorist would be any organization or individual who are motivated by religious or political beliefs, and they try to create fear by large-scale disruption of computer networks. So they might attack countries, they might attack organizations to promote their political or religious causes and might create harm to the population at large. State-sponsored hackers are individuals who are employed by the government to spy on neighboring countries or their enemies. The attempt is to gain top secret information that would be damaging to other governments, which would enhance the security posture of one's own country. Now, this is not an official job profile, but it's a known fact that most of the governments have hired hackers to spy on other countries and other organizations. Then there are hacktivists, individuals who want to promote a political agenda by hacking and defacing websites. These guys do not cripple infrastructure, they just hack websites, deface them, put their own propaganda on the face of the website to promote whatever political messages that they want to promote. Now let's talk about the phases of ethical hacking. Ethical hacking is distributed into 5 different phases. They are the reconnaissance phase, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, and covering tracks. The first phase, the reconnaissance phase, is all about information gathering. Here you're trying to identify the target, trying to get to know the target, gathering information about the target. Could be digital in nature, could be any personal information or organizational information that you can leverage later on for social engineering attacks as well. Here you might try to find out from a technical perspective the IP addresses, domain names, subdomains, email addresses, phone numbers of people working in the organization. Once you have all this information, you would then proceed to the scanning phase. We are going to actively scan for devices that are live and you can interact with. Then you're going to scan those live devices to identify ports, protocols, and services running on those systems. Now, these ports or protocols, these would be your entry points to try to gain access to that system. It is here where those flaws would exist. So in this phase, you're basically identifying which ports are open, which services are running on top of them, what protocols are being utilized by the machine. Once you've identified this, you might want to enumerate them by gathering more information from a specific protocol. And then you might want to go into the vulnerability scanning phase, where you're going to scan these services, protocols for vulnerabilities, trying to create a list of all the possible vulnerabilities in that system. Once you have the list of possible vulnerabilities, you're going to move on to the gaining access phase, where you're going to attack those vulnerabilities, try to exploit them, and try to gain access or embed a Trojan, virus, keylogger, or any software that can spy on the victim. Once you have hacked into this machine, you're going to try to maintain access. Maintaining an access is you're trying to retain those access for a longer period of time, so you can spy on the device, spy on the user, try to collect more information as time goes on. You're not going to rely on the hack forever, because the hack may no longer work after a period of time, especially if the system gets patched up or somebody runs an antivirus scan or figures out something is wrong. Maintaining access is where you're going to install a backdoor, an unauthorized backdoor, obviously, without the knowledge of the victim, which will allow you to interact with the machine or gather information from the machine without any hindrance. Once you have installed these kind of softwares, you don't want them to be discovered. That's where the covering tracks come into the picture. When you have installed a rootkit, a Trojan, a spyware, it will create directories, it will create files. In this phase, the covering tracks, you're going to try to erase the trace of the creation of these files. When you're accessing something while maintaining access or gaining access, there would be logs that would be created by the applications, which would announce what you've been doing. In the covering tracks phase, you will be trying to delete those logs and try to erase the traces of your activity as well. So in these 5 phases, the entire gambit of ethical hacking is covered. Let's move on to discuss the common types of attacks. The first and foremost and the most common attack in today's world is a denial of service attack or a distributed denial of service attack. This attack is launched by an attacker not for personal gain, but to harm the other organization by crashing those services or making the services unavailable for legitimate users, thus causing monetary harm and reputational harm to the organization. They actually try to restrict the access to these resources for legitimate users by consuming all the bandwidth or the resources made available. Then there are password attacks. These attacks are essentially where you're trying to crack the password of a user so that you can get access to their account, and through their access you can then leverage those access and capture data that you wouldn't have otherwise gotten access to. Then man-in-the-middle attack is where you are trying to capture data packets over the network that are flying between the victim and the target server. So you're essentially placing yourself between the communication channel that has been opened between the victim and the targeted server, and you're trying to capture the data packets. You're trying to analyze those data packets and capture any secret information like usernames, passwords, any other transactions that the user might be doing. Then you have email attacks. The attacker sends bait, often in the form of an email. So these would be a phishing attacks that would come under the gambit of social engineering. Phishing attacks are nothing but fake mails that look very genuine to the end user and thus persuade them to click on links that lead to malicious servers, thus compromising the device of the victim. SQL injection attacks are normally targeted to websites or web applications that have a database connected to them. The database and the application interact with each other using SQL language or structured query language. If not configured properly, and if there are no firewalls watching, a user can craft malicious SQL queries which can then dump data or give out unwanted information to the hacker that should have been protected in the first place. And then if you have the eavesdropping attack, where the attacker observes the traffic on the system and the work you are doing on your computer. Eavesdropping could be where you're tracking VoIP calls, or you have installed a Trojan on somebody's mobile phones and you're looking at all that information. Let's look at the certifications that are available in this field. The foundational knowledge that you would require is a graduate in computer science or any IT security related field. Most of the universities nowadays provide this kind of certifications. You should have solid grounds in IT fundamentals. That means you should be technically very adept. You should understand how protocols work, how networking works. You should be somewhat conversant with some scripting languages and should be able to understand programming. Knowing networking and mastering networking is a very fundamental requirement. Even if you later on decide to go into application security and you're looking at programming languages, applications still work over the network, and you need to know how these networks are going to be configured and how data is going to be transmitted over this network. Coding skills. Like I said, programming, not from a developer's perspective, but at least good enough to understand how the program functions, what the flaws may be in the programming code that has been given, and how you can break that particular code. That is what is required. A few scripting languages like PHP, Perl, Python, Ruby, they would be a lot helpful at this point in time. Maybe Bash scripting or PowerShell scripting as well. And then our understanding of the architecture of an operating system. We just don't want to know how the operating system works and how it functions. We should be able to troubleshoot the operating system to recover from errors, flaws, and we should know how the operating system works, stores data, and interacts with the hardware at the first place. With everything, there is now cloud, and cloud is gaining traction a lot. We got public clouds like Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. We got private clouds like VMware, Microsoft again, Citrix, and so on and so forth. Most of the organizations in today's world have a hybrid environment where they've got a part physical IT infra and part cloud infrastructure. So learning what cloud is, the nuances of cloud, the services that a cloud can provide, software as a service, infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service, understanding them, and then knowing how you can secure these or what the vulnerabilities are in the first place, and then trying to secure them is of very much essence in today's world. Over a period of time, you will have to learn cloud security to be relevant in today's world, especially with IoT, artificial intelligence, and machine learning picking up pace. And then malware analysis and reverse engineering. So let's say there's a new virus that has been released and there's an antivirus company who's working to figure out how the virus works, what are the signatures that are created by the virus, and this is where those malware analysis skills come into the picture. Even in real terms or in normal terms, if you're working in an organization and if a machine has been infected or is suspected of an infection, you need to investigate the machine to identify whether it was a worm, virus, or a Trojan, and need to take effective action to prevent further compromise from happening. And that is why malware analysis is of importance as well. The certifications that you have, Certified Ethical Hacker, it will train you in reverse engineering. So this is where you basically look at offensive security. This is where you're looking at hacking and you're looking at how the methodologies, the 5 steps that we have talked about, and this course deals with each and every one of those 5 steps and helps you analyze and understand the tool sets and the skills that are required for each of that particular step. Salaries may range between $71,000 and above in the US market and around 5 lakh rupees and more in the Indian market. After CEH, we have got the ECSA/LPT course. ECSA is the EC Council Certified Security Analyst course. Once you get certified on that, you can then apply for the LPT, which is the License Penetration Tester. So it's for CEH, then ECSA, EC Council Certified Security Analyst, and then LPT, License Penetration Tester. This gives certified penetration testers the opportunity to practice their skills and gives you a license where you have and a certificate that proves that you have understood the methodology and are very adept at the skills of hacking.
Data is the new gold. Imagine how much data is generated by just your smartphone every single day, be it the pictures you click or the messages you send. Nearly 41 million messages are sent worldwide via WhatsApp every single minute. So safeguarding your personal data against hackers has now become a top priority. Did you know that India leads the world when it comes to ethical hackers, with 23% of the worldwide hacking population from India? The top ethical hackers earn more than twice of what software engineers in India do. But what makes ethical hacking such a demanding industry? Ethical hacking is the process of taking security measures to safeguard data and networks from malicious cyber attacks. The hackers use every tool at their disposal to try and breach the security barrier and find any potential vulnerabilities. The ethical in ethical hacking denotes the lack of malicious intent, since these sessions are often permitted by the system owner or the network that is being hacked into to fix any compromised entry points before black hat hackers discover and exploit them. So what is a black hat hacker, you may ask? A hacker who exploits security vulnerabilities for monetary gains, like stealing or destroying private data, altering, disrupting, or shutting down websites and networks, is known as a black hat hacker. On the other end of the spectrum, we have white hat hackers who help people secure their networks by stress testing their platform against the most dangerous of cyber attacks. That is with their consent, of course. But the most neutral of the bunch are grey hat hackers who may not ask for consent before snooping on a foreign system, but they do inform the owner if they find any vulnerabilities, sometimes in exchange for a small fee. See, security breaches have become less and less prevalent thanks to rigorous ethical hacking campaigns and corporate awareness programs. The ability to fix critical security issues before black hat hackers leverage them has saved organizations billions of dollars. Google, IBM, Microsoft, and virtually every major corporation are looking to protect their data. So it shouldn't come as a surprise that the ethical hacking and information security job market is set to rise by nearly 28% by 2026, with salaries going as high as $225,000 per annum. So that's ethical hacking wrapped up in 2 minutes. To catch more bite-sized and detailed videos on different technologies, subscribe to Simplilearn and stay updated.
Scammers targeting institutions such as hospitals, schools, and government offices for ransom pocketed $1.1 billion last year, compared with $567 million in 2022. Cybersecurity experts act as a multi-level line of defense against cyber attacks through all internet activity, securing individuals, corporate giants, tech multinational companies, international agencies, and even governments. Hence, this extremely critical role demands a great pay, and the demand for it continues to grow year after year. With beginner-level salaries averaging around $75,000, with years of experience, it can go to above $200,000 for chief information officer level roles. Due to the extremely critical nature of this job role, there is a demand across all verticals, including defense, healthcare, banking, tech, and even education sector. If you want to become a cybersecurity engineer in 2024, here is how you can jumpstart your career in this field. We will split the entire learning path in 3 major sections, beginning with core concepts level topics. Then we will move on to intermediate skill-based topics, and eventually we will discuss what topics to learn in niche cybersecurity skills. Let us start with core concept level topics. Start with getting a thorough introduction to cybersecurity. Make sure to learn the basics of cybersecurity, including all the important terminology, types of threats, how these threats work, and what are the working principles in cybersecurity. From there, you can move on to mastering networking fundamentals. This is an absolute must-know to enter the field of cybersecurity. You need to be thorough with how the internet works, how the data highway functions. Right from the function of operating systems to understanding of TCP/IP, OC model, routing, and switching, every single one of these concepts are critically important. Make sure to keep these skills handy at all times since they help in understanding the overarching concepts easily. But it's not just the networking part of operating systems that you need to know. This is where the next important part comes into the picture. Operating systems. Proficiency in Windows, Linux, and possibly MacOS operating systems allows you to work across all domains. Being adept in each of these helps you become better at safeguarding the fault lines across them. This is critical for your day-to-day working since you will be directly iterating with these to perform your daily tasks. It is not unknown that mathematics and computer science go hand in hand. This extends to the field of cybersecurity too. You need to learn cryptography, where the knowledge of encryption, decryption, cryptographic algorithms, and protocols is very important. Next up is risk management, understanding risk assessment, mitigation strategies, and compliance frameworks like GDPR and HIPAA. Finally, you should also understand cybersecurity laws and ethics, awareness of legal and ethical considerations in cybersecurity. Let us now move on to 2 intermediate level skill and tools-based topics. Security technologies, familiarity with firewalls, intrusion detection prevention systems, antivirus software, and endpoint security. Vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, hands-on experience with tools like Nessus, Metasploit, Nmap, and Burp Suite. Security operations, incident response, threat hunting, log analysis, and security information and event management, secure coding practices, knowledge of secure software development practices, and common vulnerabilities like OWASP Top 10. Cloud security. Understanding of cloud computing security principles and best practices, including Oz, Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. Mobile security. Knowledge of mobile application security testing and best practices for securing mobile devices. Now that you have mastered core concepts and intermediate skills and tools based on your interest, you can move on and choose one of the niche fields for learning. Niche cybersecurity skills. Industrial control systems security. Understanding of SCADA systems, PLCS, and protocols like Modbus and DNP3. App security. Knowledge of securing Internet of Things devices and protocols. Blockchain security. Understanding of blockchain technology and its security implications. Threat intelligence. Gathering, analyzing, and leveraging threat intelligence to enhance cybersecurity posture. Reverse engineering. Skill in analyzing malware and understanding its behavior. Red Team Blue Team exercises. Participating in simulated attacks Red Team and defending against them Blue Team. With that said, we have reached towards the end of our video. This learning path covers a broad range of topics and skills necessary for a cybersecurity engineer in 2024, starting from foundational concepts to specialized areas within the field. You must make sure to stay updated and keep on aligning this learning path based on your requirements. If you have any questions about this learning path or cybersecurity in general that needs to be answered, make sure to let us know in the comment section below and we would be happy to help.
Hello everyone and welcome to this tutorial on how to learn cybersecurity using AI. In this video, we are diving into how AI is changing the game in ethical hacking. If you have ever wondered how hackers find security weaknesses so fast or how cybersecurity experts keep systems safe, you are in the right place. We will explore some powerful AI tools that automate tough tasks like scanning networks, spotting vulnerabilities, and even cracking passwords. So guys, watch this video till the end if you want to learn more about it. So guys, let us start with first understanding what is ethical hacking. Have you heard about ethical hacking? It's sometimes called the white hat hacking. Basically, ethical hackers are the people who try to break into computer systems but only with permissions. Their goal is to find weak spots before bad guys do, so those holes can be fixed. It's like testing a door to make sure it's locked and tight. Think of ethical hackers as digital security guards who help protect your data and privacy. Let me tell you a story about Priya, who is an ethical hacker hired by a bank. Priya used AI-powered tools to check the bank's online system, and within minutes, the AI found hidden security flaw that hackers could have used to steal customer info. Because of Priya's work, the bank fixed the problem fast, saving millions of dollars and protecting millions of people. Ethical hacking isn't just about finding bugs, it's about building trust and keeping everyone safe online. And now with AI helping out, hacking tests can be faster and smarter. But that also means ethics and rules are more important than ever. Now let us move ahead and try to understand why AI is transforming hacking and cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence is rapidly changing the cybersecurity landscape, including the hacking itself. Traditionally, hackers manually searched for vulnerabilities, analyzed codes, and tried various attacks, which could take a lot of time and skill. AI can automate many of these tasks by quickly analyzing huge amount of data, recognizing patterns, and predicting weak spots. Here are some of the key points to understand why it is transforming cybersecurity. Before AI, hackers had to manually search for system weaknesses, which was slow and time-consuming, taking days or even weeks. AI can scan now thousands of websites, networks, or devices just in minutes, speeding up the process dramatically. AI also detects patterns and unusual behaviors that might indicate security problems, such as unusual login attempts, sudden spikes in the network traffic, etc. Some AI tools can even automatically suggest ways to exploit detected vulnerabilities. And on the defense side, cybersecurity teams can use AI to spot attacks more quickly, respond to threats in real time, and protect systems better against hackers. So guys, seeing this bunch of reasons, you would have got an idea that how AI is transforming cybersecurity. Now let us move ahead and try to understand some of the AI basics for hacking. So guys, Have you ever tried to find one broken link on a huge website with thousands of pages? You would imagine doing that manually can take forever. Now imagine AI doing that in seconds for hackers, quickly spotting security weaknesses or unusual behavior hidden deep inside complex websites and systems. So, with the help of this, you can scan weaknesses, analyze logs, and figure out how to exploit problems. These are some of the key areas where AI integration has changed the cybersecurity landscape drastically. Hacking involves many steps, as we have discussed, like scanning for weaknesses, analyzing logs, figuring out how to exploit problems. AI automates these tasks so hackers don't have to do everything manually. For example, guys, instead of checking one part of a website at a time, AI tools can crawl thousands of pages and flag where security holes might be. It's like having a drone scan a whole neighborhood instead of walking door to door. AI can also look at system logs, spot weird behavior like repeated logging attempts or strange data access that might mean someone trying to break in. This automation helps hackers, both ethical and non ethical. Now, we will move ahead and try to understand what are those AI tools which can help you in hacking. So guys, we all know that isn't just a theory. It's a part of real tools that hackers use every day to make their work faster and smarter. So guys, now let us move ahead and try to understand some of the AI tools for hacking. We all know that AI isn't just a theory. It's a part of real tools and hackers use it every day to make their work faster and smarter. Now, we are going to discuss certain parameters where we are going to understand how AI is actually integrating with the cybersecurity. Like imagine you are an ethical hacker named Priya and your job is to test companies' network for weaknesses before criminals find them. So instead of manually searching each device, you could use a tool like Sniper. Using AI-enhanced tools like Hashcat, Priya runs smart password guesses based on common patterns like birthdays, popular words to quickly check which account could be easily hacked. Thanks to these AI tools, because Priya completes a thorough security test much faster than manual methods, providing the company with detailed findings to fix before real attackers can strike. So guys, you could see all over here that how AI tools are actually improving the turnaround times to find the vulnerability, scan it, crack the password, and there are AI powered reconnaissance tools like Sniper. Now, let us move ahead and try to discuss some of the popular tools. The first one is Sniper, next one is Autosploit, Shodan, and Burpsuit. So let us go to their official website and see what features these tools have. So guys, now let us explore some of the popular cybersecurity tools. So first one is Sniper. So Sniper is an automated reconnaissance tool for scanning and gathering information about a target system. It's available on the AWS Marketplace and you can integrate into your AWS. It helps automates the process of discovering open ports, services, and potential vulnerabilities. It uses AI techniques to prioritize findings, helping ethical hackers focus on the most critical weaknesses. So imagine guys, a security consultant may use Sniper to quickly scan a client's network for vulnerabilities without manually testing each device. So this is how this tool works. Let me show you another tool. So this is Autosploit and this is the GitHub repo of it. And the purpose of it is that it automates the process of exploiting known vulnerabilities. So after reconnaissance, Autosploit automatically attempts to exploit known security flaws by combining data from public sources like Shodan. It simplifies and speeds up the exploitation phase by identifying the most likely targets. An ethical hacker uses Autosploit to test for vulnerabilities in web application and tries different exploits to see which ones can be triggered. Third one, we have one of the most popular tools called Shodan. Shodan is a search engine for internet connected devices. Ethical hackers use Shodan to find vulnerable devices that are connected to the internet. Shodan helps them identify weak spots in devices like cameras, routers, and other IoT devices. An ethical hacker uses Shodan to identify exposed devices in a company's network that shouldn't be publicly accessible, such as webcams or unsecured servers. And finally, guys, we have Burp Suite is a popular web vulnerability scanner that identifies security issues in web applications. While Burp Suite itself is widely used for manual web application testing, it also integrates with AI-based tools to improve the accuracy of vulnerability detection. It can automate certain tasks like brute forcing login forms and optimize payload generation. So guys, imagine a web security tester may use Burp Suite combined with an AI plugin to automate vulnerability scanning of e-commerce website, detecting potential SQL injection and cross-scripting flaws. So if you are very new to this, so don't worry about this ethical hacking buzzwords. You can search on our Simplilearn's official channel. There are amazing cybersecurity full courses, and definitely you'll be getting the best out of that. So guys, these were some of the amazing tools that we have discussed.
Do you know, friends, that Wireshark is a powerful network protocol analyzer that helps you capture and analyze network traffic in real time? It allows you to deep dive into data packets traveling through your network, giving you insights into network performance, security, and troubleshooting. In this tutorial, we'll guide you through the basics of using Wireshark, from setting up your capture environment to interpreting the data. By the end of this tutorial, you'll have a solid understanding of how to navigate Wireshark interface, set of filters, and analyze the network traffic for different use cases. So guys, let's get started. Let us start first by understanding what is Wireshark. So guys, Wireshark is a comprehensive open source network protocol analyzer that basically allows user to capture and analyze the data traveling over the network in real time. It is widely used by network administrators, security professionals, and also developers for various purposes. For example, guys, like network troubleshooting, where you have to identify and resolve network issues by examining the traffic patterns and diagnosing the connectivity problems. The next one is network analysis, which we'll also be doing in our hands-on, where you have to understand and optimize network performance by analyzing data flows and interaction between network systems. The third one is security auditing. You will also have to detect and investigate unusual or potentially malicious network activities such as unauthorized access or data breaches. And finally, you have a protocol development, where you can debug and develop network protocols by capturing and analyzing protocol messages and behaviors. The key features of Wireshark are: the first one is packet capture. Wireshark captures packets of data transmitted over the network. Each packet contains a wealth of information, including source and destination addresses. And also you get protocol, types, and payload data. So as you can see all over here, I've already downloaded Wireshark, and I'll guide you also how to download it. But as you can see, these are the lines that shows that the Wi-Fi packet graph is showing that this is how the packets are transmitting. So this is basically the real-time analysis what you can get through in Wireshark. Next one is you get a detailed inspection. Guys, Wireshark also decodes and displays data at various protocol layers. Example, you can get Ethernet, IP, TCP, HTTP, which allows for detailed examinations of network communications. You can also perform filtering and searching. Then you'll also get a chance to do data visualization, which includes features for visualizing network traffics such as flow graphs, as you can see all over here, and also statistics, which can help in understanding network behavior and performance. Wireshark is available for multi-operating systems, like for Windows, macOS, Linux, and many more. Now, there are certain scenarios where network security engineers use it. Suppose for network performance monitoring, where you track and analyze the performance of network applications and services. You also get an incident response. You investigate and respond to network security incidents by analyzing captured traffic. And you also do the protocol analysis, where you examine and troubleshoot network protocols and ensure proper implementation. Now, let us start with the Wireshark. So first, let us download the Wireshark. And before we download it, I expect that you would have got some brief idea regarding what is Wireshark. Now, what you have to do, guys, you have to go at this link, wireshark.org.download.html. So since I'm using Windows, so I have clicked on Windows x64 installer. Just right click on this. So as you can see, it will start downloading. So guys, since I've already downloaded it, I may not have to do it again. And the steps are very simple. Just you have to click yes, and it's going to download all the required dependencies. And
your installer will be ready. And after clicking all the OKs, you are going to get something like this. So this is your entry of the Wireshark network analyzer. Now, so as you can see all over here, you can capture the network packets from these interfaces. So you can see local area connection 10, adapter lookup, traffic capture, Bluetooth is there, then you have the Ethernets, okay? So let us choose the Wi-Fi as a network interface, okay? And just click on this. So as you can see all over here, so many of the packets have started running up, okay? And this is a shark icon. So basically, it is doing the real-time packet capturing where you have all these things. So now let us try to understand what is there in Wireshark. So you can see you have file, basically for managing files. You have open, save, export. Okay, so these kind of options are there. You can also export the TLS session keys. Okay, you can export the objects, and you can do print, quit. Then here in the edit, so edit, you can modify the preferences, settings, and profiles. If you talk about view, you can adjust the layout all over here of Wireshark. If you talk about go, you can navigate through the packets all over here. Then here is a capture. You can start or stop all over here. You can restart it. Then next is analyze. So as you can see all over here, you have display filters, display filter macros, display filter expressions, and many more. Okay. Similarly, you have statistics, okay, which helps in viewing network statistics and data summaries. Here you have telephony for using these kind of protocols. Okay. Then you have wireless. Okay. Then you have tools all over here, firewall, ACL rules, MAC address. Okay. And there you have the help icon. So this is a very basic overview of this application. Now, let us do some basic exercises first. So let us try to capture a traffic first. Okay. So since I've already selected our network interface as Wi-Fi, and let us restart it. So you can just go on capture and just start the restart. Okay. So this has started. Now go to your browser and just type, say, HTTP. Okay. And say bin.org is the file. So guys, this is a basic website that we have requested on our browser. And let us go to our Wireshark and stop this for a moment. So as you can see all over here, this icon shows applying a display filter. Now go all over here and type the filter, say HTTP. Okay. And you can say our filtering would be done. So as you can see, here you have the source, you have the destination, here you have the time, here you have the number, here you have the length of the packets, okay, and this is the info, okay. So now let us do the general analysis of the Wireshark output. So as you can see all over here, the first one is HTTP requests and responses. So as you can see, this is our source, okay. We are sending a request to the destination address with 44.219.81.240. The protocol is HTTP and the length of the packet is 480. And it is basically a GET request, okay. So get HTTP/1.1. Now there is a reply from this destination all over here and to the destination at our source. The protocol is still HTTP. Now the length of the packet is increased, is 887. And what we are getting, guys, all over here, that the status is 200 and it says okay. Now, as you can see, what we are getting basically an HTML file all over here. Okay. Now, similarly, we are again requesting and we are getting a JSON file all over here. Now, getting a specific JSON HTTP 1.1 and similarly reply is coming. So as you can see, it's a to and fro motion where we are requesting to a destination, which is the browser with the protocol HTTP. And similarly, we are getting a reply from our destination. So guys, this is our device and this is the given resource we are trying to access on our browser. So basically, now we can see these are the content types, which is text HTML for the HTML structure. Okay. And also you can see all over here, this is a JSON type. Okay. And these are the type of the content we are trying to access it. Okay. And this is the request what we have done to our destination, which is the browser. Okay. With the bin.org, and it is returning a text.html file. I hope so guys, you would have got a brief idea like how you can do the general analysis of the Wireshark output. Now let us try to do one more example which will make our concepts more clear. Now guys, I will show you one more use case of this, that you can diagnose the network issues with ping and trace command. Okay, so with the help of Wireshark, this can also be done, guys. So what you need next is you can open a terminal, okay, and just right click all over here. And now in this, what we are going to do, guys, we are going to generate an ICMP traffic. So with the help of ping command. Okay, so now what we do, we type ping, say google.com. And you can see all over here, the request and reply have started. And now what we will do, guys, we will use the tracer command for tracing our packet flow. So you can see something we have got all over here. We will discuss about this bit later. Now let us open our Wireshark. Okay, and what we'll do, guys, we will type ICMP. Okay, and just click all over here. Okay. So guys, go to the filter and type ICMP. Okay, and just click all over here. And but before that, you have to stop this. And now let us try. So you can see all over here that here the destination is showing unreachable, but here we are getting the reply. Okay. Now let us try to examine this protocol. Okay. So what all over here, let us try to understand first what we did in the terminal. Okay. So guys, when we are typing the command ping google.com, this command is basically testing the reachability of google.com by sending the Internet Control Message Protocol or ICMP echo request packets and waiting for the replies, which is echo response. Now guys, let us break down the ping results. So first 3 replies, we are going to see that each reply shows the IP address of 142.250.193.110, which is one of the Google servers. And you can see the round trip time latency for the packets. For the first time, it is showing around 76 milliseconds. For second round trip time, it is showing around 88. Then third is 99, and fourth one is 30 milliseconds. Now you can see there is something called time to live also. And in this case, the time to live for each packet is around 55 milliseconds. Okay. So basically this field indicates how many hops or routers the packet can pass through before being discarded. Okay. Now you can also see the request timeout. So the fourth packet is a request timeout, meaning no reply was received within this set time. And you can also see the ping statistics. So you can say here sent 4 packets, received 4 packets, and there is no loss. Okay. So this is one thing. And also approximate round trip in milliseconds, you can see minimum is 30 milliseconds and maximum is 99 milliseconds. Average is calculated 73 milliseconds. So this is statistics what we got. Now you can see all over here, we have the tracer command. Okay. So here no arguments are provided first. So let us try to understand. The D means do not resolve IP address to host names. Okay. Where H means maximum number of hops of routers to search. And W means timeout in milliseconds for each reply. So suppose if I see tracer.google.com, so guys, this will show all the hops that the packet has to travel through reach the Google server, which will help to diagnose where the delays or issues might occur on the path. Now, you can see all over here, there are a lot of options are given. So similarly, you can read this. Now let us try to do the Wireshark analysis. So you can see all over here with our source 10.101.5.118, and we are sending the request to the Google server. And this is Internet Control Message Protocol. So you can see all over here, this is echo. This is a ping request with ID 0x001. And we can see the sequence is also given, the time to live, and we are replying in 7641 milliseconds. So this packet is basically what we are doing, guys. We are 7630 is our packet number, and this is what we are sending as a request. Then 7641 is a reply from the Google server with the given ID, okay, the sequence number of this and the time to live, and it is also giving the request one. Now what you can do, guys, you can also apply one filter all over here. We can, okay, now with the help of this, you can just see there are a lot of options as a filtering. Okay, so you can read the documentation for this, and whenever it is turning red, guys, it is showing something as error. Okay, and now let us do this and let us type our IP address, say 101, okay, 1.5.118. Okay, so this is also one of the way you can apply the filter. Okay, so it's going to filter out the IP address. Okay, say let's do this. So it is going to filter out our IP address, which is basically the same which is sending, because we have not given any other ping request. So guys, here what we can see, so this is kind of the analysis what we are doing basically. Okay, so guys, this was a Wireshark analysis for diagnosing the network issues with the help of ping and trace commands. And you can do a lot more other things with the help of Wireshark. Basically, these tools are used by network administrators, hackers, and also network engineers to understand the network performance, diagnose the network issues. Okay, so this was a short exercise which I have shown you about the basics of Wireshark. I hope so you would have enjoyed our today's video. Imagine this, you are a protector of a digital world, keeping intruders out and ensuring sensitive data stays safe. That is what the core of cybersecurity. And at the heart lies Kali Linux, the ultimate operating system trusted by ethical hackers and security experts. In this beginner-friendly tutorial, we are going to understand what Kali Linux is and why it is important. We are going to discover the most essential tool it offers. We are going to dive into the hands-on activities to practice the real-world scenario. So let us start first understanding what is Kali Linux. My dear friends, Kali Linux is a powerful open-source Linux distribution specifically designed for cybersecurity professionals like ethical hackers, penetration testers. So these guys can use this tool. Actually, this tool is built on Debian. So Debian is an operating system and it comes with pre-installed over 600 advanced security tools to perform various tasks like penetration testing, vulnerability assessment, digital forensics, and wireless network analysis. Kali Linux was developed by Offensive Security, and it is widely used in cybersecurity training and certifications like OSCP certification program. If I talk about Kali Linux is a versatile, offering various options for installation on virtual machines, USB drives, or even as live operating system. Additionally, it supports Windows subsystem for Linux for seamless integration into Windows environments with clean interface and customizable setup. Kali is just not for professionals, but it is also an excellent platform to learn cybersecurity. Now, if I talk about advantages of using Kali Linux, there are several one of them. Like, first of all, it has over 600 tools, okay, so which are pre-installed tools and which is specifically tailored for security professionals. Second of all, it has wide support. Now, in terms of wide supports, it works on multiple platforms like virtual machines, Windows subsystem for Linux, Raspberry Pi, etc. Third of all, because of its documentation. Now, it has extensive tutorials and forum for guidance. So you could see all over here, this is the official documentation of Kali Linux, and you could see there's a very amazing documentation. It will help you with installation, introduction, then it has given option for USB, Kali on ARM, WSL, cloud, and many more. And finally, you could customize this. It is fully customizable to suit specific tasks and workflows. Now, let us move ahead and let us try to understand some of the known commands of Kali Linux. But before that, let us learn how to install this on Windows. Now, before installing Kali Linux, I want you to make sure that you have Windows subsystem for Linux installed on your system. If not, you can navigate to this website, which is installing WSL. So you will get a Microsoft official website. And in this, you could see there are certain prerequisites. Suppose if you're using Windows 11 operating system, so it should be higher than 10. Okay. Now, just type on the PowerShell. Okay, open PowerShell. And just copy this and install this. So with this command, you will be able to install Windows subsystem for Linux. Now, the next step would be installing Kali Linux. So you have to do nothing. Go onto the Microsoft Store and just click install. Now, since I've already installed Kali Linux and it is very easy process, after that it will be very comfortable for you to operate on Kali Linux. So you could see I have installed the minimal configuration all over here. Okay, so this is the Kali Linux terminal. So it has opened. Now we are going to learn certain important commands which will help you to understand, and these are very basic Linux commands only, so you have to not worry about it too much. So guys, let's try to understand our first command. Let us say we want to know the date. So the name of the date command is just date, and you could see you will get the exact date of today and the given time. And since I'm connected from the Indian time zone, so it is showing IST 2025. That's a very basic command. Next command is cal command. So cal command basically displays the current month's formatted calendar in our terminal screen. If you require more advanced version of cal, you can install the ncal package on the Linux machine, which displays calendar vertically and provides additional options. So for now, we are fine with cal. Just type cal. Okay, so you could see I have not installed cal. So let us try to install. So type sudo apt install ncal. Now you could see all over here, it is fetching all the packages and we have perfectly installed it. Now let us type cal. Okay, I think so, still processing. Now you could see all over here, we are getting calendar in the vertical format, and you could see the month, date, and all over here. Okay, so that is one of the most amazing package ncal. Okay, next is a very basic Linux command, that is cd. So cd is also called change of directory. Okay, so if you want to switch this command, if you want to move to any directory, so you could just type cd and the given directory name. Okay, but we are now fine all over here. Now next thing will be cp. Now cp is also same command as one of the most important Linux command, which basically helps you to copy files or group of files or directory to create the exact image of a file on a disk with a different name. So suppose let us say we are going to desktop. So let us try to first find out how many files do we have. ls. Okay, so you could see we have no files. So first we have to create a directory. So let us say mkdir and just type demo. Okay, now type ls. So you could see we have this file demo. Now type cd and go to demo. So you could see all over here, we are now in demo folder. So that was one of the thing. If you want to go back, just type cd ... and you'll be reverted back. Now before moving ahead, so ls, let's talk about this command. So it is one of the most powerful and useful commands in Kali Linux. Okay, so ls command basically lists all the directories or contents of the files. So with the help of ls command, we can easily list out every hidden file or directory with lsa attribute. Okay, and it helps you to find the list of directories present on your system. So that was one of the command. Now let us try to understand the cat command. So basically the cat command is one of the Linux, one of the most commonly used commands, permitting us to create single or many files and concatenate files, redirect, view, and contain of any output in a terminal file. Usually we use the cat command to display the content of a file. So suppose we created any file, say let us go to demo. So with the help of touch command, let us create one file. Okay, let us go to demo first and let's type touch demo.txt. Okay, and now type cat and demo.txt, and see, since we have nothing written all over here, so if you have already written, then you could get out certain output like what's written. So suppose let us do this activity by writing certain thing. So you could see this is a demo file. You could see all over here we are in the demo folder, and you could see this text file demo.txt, and since we have not written anything, so that's why it's not showing any output. So we have got a bit of hang around what are the basic commands of Linux, and same thing will be used in Kali Linux. Now let us download some of the amazing tools, because Kali Linux has support for a lot of tools, and let us try to do some hands-on activity on them. Okay guys, now let us try to download Nmap first. So what is Nmap? Nmap is basically for network scanning purposes. So that's a very amazing tool. So you could see this is official documentation of Nmap. So if you want to scan any network, then this is a very amazing tool, and this is available in Kali Linux. So you could see the documentation is written all over here. So you could go to the reference guide, and like you could see all these things which they have given. Okay, suppose now it has description, option summary, target specification, host, port scanning basics. Okay, so let us click on port scanning basics. So so it has given about all these ideas, and similarly we are going to do the same thing in the Kali Linux. So let us try to install Nmap first. So as I have already told you that Nmap is a very powerful network discovery tool. So for installation purpose, type this command: sudo apt install Nmap. Okay, some mistake was there. Sudo apt install Nmap y. So you could see, okay, again we have done some mistake. So you could see we have correctly installed Nmap, and now you could check the version number of the same. So type Nmap, go on version. So you could see we have Nmap version of 7.94, and we are using Linux GNU platform. Okay, so you could see it has also given us compiled with liblua 5.4.6. Okay, so these are the certain information that you will get. Now let us do a one hands-on activity with this tool. So let us first clear it all. Okay, now let us try to scan a network for connected devices and identify the open ports. So let us say we are targeting certain devices to a local network. So suppose we type nmap and then sp, okay, then the given name of your IP address. So suppose we type this local address 168.1.0/24, and let us see. So you could see it has started scanning. Okay, and you could see host is up with this latency, host is up with 0.055 seconds latency. So you're getting a scan report on this given IP address. So basically what it is doing is this command is sending ping request and receives a list of live host. Now the basic command is suppose nmap sp and the given name of your IP address. Okay, now next, if you are trying to scan a specific device for open ports, so what you could do, so we could use the same IP, okay, and type nmap, okay, /p, and we could give 1 to 1000, and let us say our target IP we are trying to take it as 192.168.1.0/24, and you could see it is trying to it is going to scan a specific device for open ports. So let us see whether this has it or not. Now you could see all over here we have got the report. So after targeting what devices are connected, so you could see the scan report. Okay, so host is up, port ET/TCP filtered, the service is HTTP, then this is another port, then the service is HTTPS. Okay, so similarly you could see a scan report for all the devices, specific devices which are connected to this open port. So that's one of the amazing thing and insight you could get. Now for service version detection, you can identify services running on open ports also. So what command you have to type, guys? Just type nmap, and in this type sv, and say our target IP is same 192.168.1.0/24. So guys, as you can see all over here, the service scan is done. So you could see the scan report is given and it is saying service detection performed. So you could see service info, operating system, CPE. So it has given all these amazing things. So guys, with this tool, what you could do, one activity is find your router's IP address and then find the open ports and research the services associated with this. Now, you will find a bit difficulty, or even you'll be thinking how to find a router's IP address. So you could use this command, guys. So you could use a Kali Linux terminal and you could just type all over here IP route grep default. So you could see we are getting certain thing default, IP 172.28.8.1. So it is going to look something like this. So this is going to be your router's IP address. Now use the nmap command, perform the basic scan, put that IP, okay, then perform detailed scan to identify the service with the help of this command nmap sv and given name of your IP address, and full report scan. How you could do it, guys? So for a full report scan, you could do nmap p, then the given router ID all over here. So this tool is very amazing and very insightful, and you could research a lot of things and get to know. Okay, so this is one of the amazing tools which is present in Kali Linux. Now let us explore some of the other tools. Now let us try to install Metasploit. So guys, first let us understand what is Metasploit. So Metasploit is a framework for developing and testing exploits. So what it does is it allows penetration testers to simulate real world attacks and identify vulnerabilities in the system. Basically, Metasploit is usually pre-installed on Kali Linux, but if not, you could install with certain thing like this. Type this command sudo apt install Metasploit and type Y. Okay, so it is going to install Metasploit framework. Since I have already installed it, so I need not to do it again. And if you want to verify the installation process, type this command ms fconsole and type version. So you could see you will get certain thing like this. The version number is 6.4.34 dev. Now let us do a hands-on activity. Now let us exploit a vulnerable system using Metasploit. So first type msf console. So it is starting the Metasploit framework console all over here. So you could see we have come up into this documentation. Okay. Now you could go on to the official documentation of Metasploit. Okay. Just copy this or go all over here. So this is the official documentation of Metasploit. You could read about it. You could read about pen testing, how to set up module options, upgrading shells to meterpreter, and a lot of other things are there. So based on the thing which you want to learn, you could just read this documentation. It's a very amazing documentation. So I will show you a very small or simple hands-on activity. So let us try to exploit a vulnerable system. Okay. So we have come into our console and let us look for SMB related vulnerabilities. Now you'll be wondering what is an SMB protocol or what basically is an SMB vulnerability. So as I can tell you that SMB is a vulnerability or a security flaw in server message block protocol or an SMB protocol that allows attacker to gain unauthorized access to a given network. So let us do this attack first. So type this command search SMB So you could see all over here that we have got a lot of files as an output. Now what we are going to do, we are going to select an eternal blue exploit. So you can type something like this: use exploit slash Windows slash SMB slash MS17010 and eternal blue. Now what after this, so it's saying no payload configured, defaulting to Windows XP interpreter reverse TCP. Okay, so this is MS-F6 exploit. So let us say, you could just, after do certain thing like this, set RH host first and give your target IP all over here, and you could execute the exploit after this. So say we have the same target IP, say 192.168, say 1.1, and after this just type exploit. So you could see we have started the exploit all over here. So it says that the target is not vulnerable at all. Okay, so similarly you could perform exploit for the given target IP. I deliberately chose this. Okay, so guys, you could use this tool to deliberately target a system and simulate exploit. Now I'm going to show you one more amazing tool. Its name is Nikto. Okay, so Nikto is basically a web server vulnerability scanner that identifies potential issues like outdated software, misconfigurations, and exposed files. So how you could install Nikto? So type this command: sudo apt install Nikto and type Y. So you can see we have started setting up our Nikto. Then type Nikto version, and you could see all over here that, okay, so this is not the command for version. Let's try this. Okay, so you can see all over here we have the version of Nikto as 2.5.0. okay, so this is the latest version. And now let us try to do a hands-on activity. If you want to learn about Nikto, just go to the official website. So you could see it is Nikto 2.5, and you could read about Nikto. So you could go, read the docs like overview, description, and all those things. So let's do one small activity. So we are going to scan a web server for vulnerabilities. So let us say we target this website. Okay, so guys, as you can see all over here, we will take this as our given website. So just copy the link of this website and go on to your terminal and type Nikto. Okay, then H, then you could just give the name of given target website, and since it is HTTP secured, but I want it to be HTTP version of this. Now you could see so it's saying server no banner retrieve, so the anti-clicking X-frame option header is not present. So target IP is this, target host name is this, target port, start time, and you can see this it says that this is basically secured website, no vulnerabilities like things are being found. So you can see also the X content type option header is not set. Okay, so you could do a lot of other things like with this. Now what you could do next is suppose we use the same IP address. Okay, and let's type, okay, and next what I'm going to do all over here is this, that for detailed SSL checks and header, what I'm going to do, I'm going to type SSL and capital C and R. So you can see all over here, it is going to give you a detailed output with the help of this command. Now you can see, since it is a very secured website, so it is not showing that thing. But suppose if you are building any dummy website, or you are just into the development phase of building a web application, then you could use this tool to test the given vulnerabilities. So what you could do, there is one exercise, like you could set up a web application. Suppose say you are making a juice shop, and you could use this tool to identify the given vulnerabilities. So guys, we have showed you some of the tools and what's the power of Kali Linux is, and how these tools can be easily worked upon Kali Linux to do the exploit, to do the testing, and perform a detailed analysis of the given server, devices, okay, and services also. Basically, the tools which I have showed you represent the core of what makes Kali Linux so powerful for cybersecurity professionals. So by using the tools like Nmap, Metasploit, Nikto, you have gained a bit of hands-on experience with network scanning, packet analysis, exploitation, how to do brute force attacks, and web vulnerability assessments. If you do a regular practice with these tools, it will help you to improve your skill, and it is also going to help you to understand the importance of ethical hacking and securing system.
If you have never used Linux before and are looking to get into it, this is the perfect opportunity for you to learn on how you can use this operating system in your daily lives. Now, although this video is specifically catered towards people who are trying to get into cybersecurity or who are trying to learn ethical hacking, the more people that get into Linux is that much easier, because it just provides an alternative operating system that you can use and perform in your day-to-day lives. Now, it's very important, especially for ethical hackers, to understand how Linux works, and specifically how Kali Linux works, that we are going to cover today. Now, Kali Linux is also an operating system dedicated specifically to cybersecurity analysts and hackers, and has a bunch of tools that makes the process of ethical hacking and vulnerability analysis, malware analysis very easy. So, in this Linux crash course, we will learn everything about Kali Linux, what it is, what you can use it for, then understanding a bit more of the Linux system fundamentals. Now that can span across a variety of topics. For the Linux fundamentals, we often have how to navigate the file system, how we can use the Linux operating system command terminal for creating, editing, and just manipulating files. We'll understand some networking commands that can help you. We'll understand how the service mechanism, how to start services, stop services. We'll understand how to install, uninstall some particular tools. We'll also create a small script with Bash, so that you can understand how you can use the Bash language to start your scripting journey in Kali Linux directly. Before we move forward, let's check out the CEH certification course by Simplilearn. That being said, we can get started with our demonstration. Now, the first thing we need to understand is how we can install Linux properly. To install Linux, or Kali Linux to be specific in this case, we will need two things. One, we need the ISO file, which is basically the installation file of every single operating system, and we will need an environment to run it in. Now, many people use Linux or any other operating system as a dual boot in the system, so that when you start up your computer or a laptop, it will ask you, where do you want to boot into? Do you want to boot into Windows or Kali Linux or Ubuntu, something like that. But for easier access, what many people prefer and many people will recommend is using a virtualization software. So what that will happen is, you will keep using your normal Windows operating system, but you can use virtualization software like VirtualBox or VMware to run Linux operating systems in Windows directly. It will run in a sandboxed environment, which makes it easier to learn, and you don't have to dedicate another bootloader access, and it just gets a whole lot complicated. Dual booting is a lot more complicated, and it is recommended for beginners to just stick with virtualization software. Now, for virtualization software, you will get two options here, which will be VirtualBox by Oracle or VMware. Now, I highly recommend VMware because I feel it is much more stable, and it has a a bit more fluidity when running operating systems. Now, since you are running full-fledged operating systems in a single window, your system must have a good amount of RAM free so that it can be completely dedicated to the operating system being run in that sandboxed environment. So I would really recommend VMware over VirtualBox, which I feel has become slightly dated now. Meanwhile, VMware Workstation Player is going to be much better. This is obviously a case of preference, and you can try out VirtualBox if you want. Most of the things will be similar. But once you download VMware and install it, you should be getting a window like this. Now, this is the workstation. You can get the VMware Player version, which is the free version. You can get that as well. And again, most of the things will be similar. So now that we have VMware and we have our environment where we are going to install Linux and work on it, let's check Kali Linux. Now, Kali Linux, as you can see, it's the world's most advanced penetration testing distribution, and more importantly, it is based on Debian. Debian is one of the you can say the forefathers of operating systems, one of the operating systems which paved the way for many Linux distributions to be based on it. Apart from Kali, we also have another operating system which is called Parrot Security. This is also used by ethical hackers and cybersecurity analysts, because this has this functions the same way as Kali Linux, as in it has all the tools and techniques that you may require in your ethical hacking journey. So you can use either of them, either Kali Linux or Parrot Security. And more importantly, for today's video, actually any Linux distribution will do, because this is more about learning the basics, and the basics will stay same irrespective if you go for Kali, Parrot, Ubuntu, or any other Linux distribution that you can think of. But just letting you know that there are two options here. Parrot has a bit more features, but Kali Linux is the industry standard today and has been for like a decade now at this point. So it is much recommended to go with Kali, and that's what we are going to work on today. So to download the ISO file, we'll just click the download button here. And you can see it offers a variety of options. You can directly download for virtual machines, which is, as you can see, it is the recommended, but it is going to deprive you of a few learning things. So what we can do is we will get the live boot system. What live boot will do, it will provide the ISO file, which we can later use to install on our VMware system. So I will go to the live boot. It includes everything. As you can see, I got a torrent file. I will place this torrent for download now. Actually, instead of the torrent, we can just download the point release live image. This version had every tool possible, but this January edition, you can see Kali 2023.1, the January live version point release live image. You can just download this one directly. Just click the download button here, which is written at 3.8 gigs, the ISO file size. Just click on download, and your download will start. Then remember, once again, you can do this process with Parrot Security directly as well. I think if we go to download button here, yes, we have to choose the security edition. Now, they also have multiple versions. For, let's say, the home edition is for daily use, just casual browsing or just multimedia process, all those things. Hack the Box is completely separate service that functions easy to hack boxes. That will be a completely separate edition, similar to Cloud Architect and Raspberry Pi. But if you are going to use Parrot Security, get the security edition directly. Just download it from here and you'll be good to go. But for now, we are just going to install Kali Linux, since that is what the majority of the industry uses, and we'll move forward with it organically. These are the containers. Yes. Now what would have happened if you had chosen virtual machine is, as you can see, there are many virtualization software like VMware, VirtualBox, and Qemu. What will provide is, it will provide a installed file. It will give a folder where the VirtualBox VMware has already installed Kali Linux. So you can just load up in your VMware system as you can see, you have to choose open a virtual machine if you download the image directly, this one. So you can just open up that folder and your operating system will load on its own. But after getting the ISO, you can customize a lot of things. The thing about this virtual images are they're not customizable as such. With the ISO, I can customize how much hard disk space I want to devote to just the sandbox operating system, how much RAM usage, all of those RAM usage and all can be customized. Everything will be tailor-made based on your specific needs. So we will check that once the download is completed, which is just 1 minute remaining. Apart from that, you can see there is a 64-bit. I think this is 32-bit as well. I'm not sure if 32-bit is required nowadays, considering everything is 64. But yes. While the ISO is getting downloaded, let's check out VMware Workstation. Now, to get started at creating our sandboxed environment, we will touch upon create a new virtual machine. Yes. Here we can, let's say, check on custom, because we want to customize how much we want to give. Hardware, we can use Workstation 16.x, which is the latest one. Now, here I am going to choose I will install the operating system later. If I give the ISO file here directly, it will install the operating system on its own, which kind of defeats the purpose. If that was the case, we would have downloaded the live image anyway. I will click on I will install the operating system later. We will choose in the guest operating system, we will choose Linux. And make sure you choose Debian 10.x 64-bit. As we read in the website, it is based on Debian. It's Debian based Linux distribution. Now, this can obviously change. There are other operating systems on which this can be based, like Fedora and Arch, but this one is Debian. So we are going to choose Debian over here, Debian 10x 64-bit, which is the latest version. Click on next. We will name it as Kali Linux and click on next. The number of processors, I am going to give 2 processors here. Total processor cores is 4. This you can determine based on how powerful your system is and how much you can give as it is, because a major part of how a virtual machine runs is not just how much RAM you give to it, is how much RAM is available outside of a sandbox environment. Because if, let's say, your system is has 8 gigabytes of RAM, you devote 4 gigabytes to the virtual machine. Windows itself takes up around 4 GB, at least 3.5 GB when it's sitting idle. So you have to account for all that when dedicating processors, and more importantly, RAM as well. So we're going to click on next for now. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to give 2.5 gigabits of RAM, which should be enough for at least the things that we are doing today. This can be customized later on as well. Let's say you started working and then you realize the amount of RAM that you have given is just not enough and you need a bit more. Then you can customize that later. For now, I'm going to give 2.5 gigabits of RAM. You can see the recommended is 2 gigabit anyway. I'll just go a step further. Click on next. Use network address translation is the network connection, as in what kind of networking it should have, the virtual sandbox should have. Considering it is being run inside an operating system, your Windows, whatever internet connection is given to your Windows will go to Kali Linux directly. But you can customize that. Let's say you don't want networking, you want host only networking, that you connect the guest operating system to a VPN later on. It's a completely customizable process, but for easiest access, we are going to use network address translation. IO controller types LSI is always going to be the most recommended. So just go ahead with it. Choose SCAI for the virtual disk type. Now, these are different virtual disk types that can be used, and they have different purposes. Like some make it easier to transition between multiple installations of VMware or VirtualBox based on what you've chosen. But SCSI is always considered the best. Disk would be, we will create a new virtual disk. Now, this is the maximum disk size, other disk capacity. How much hard disk storage we are going to devote for the operating system installation and all the files, whatever you work in the system, that will be stored somewhere, right? So we're going to devote basically the ROM size to make it easier to understand. So I will give 30 gigabits of memory size. Now here you have another option. You can actually allocate all disk space now, as it is written. Allocating the full capacity can enhance performance, but requires all of the physical disk space to be available right now. So the good thing about VMware is, if I think that's in VirtualBox as well, if I do not click this, even though I have written 30 gigabits, it does not take up all of the 30 gigabits in your hard disks. It takes how much ever is required. Let's say after installation and everything, it takes up 10 gigabits of space. That is all that will be taken up. It won't take up all the 30 gigabits. The more you keep working and slowly the data increases, the size increases of the virtual machine folder, it will go up to 30 gigabits. That's it. So if you allocate all of it now, it will take up the 30 gigabits directly, and it will be slightly more performance because it will remove that read functionality when the virtual machine is being run. So I will click it, and between these two options, between single files and multiple files, single files is faster, but multiple files will make it easier if you want to move your virtual machine system from, let's say, one laptop to another, or you have to switch between personal and official systems. But for now I can choose a single file. 130 disk file will be created. You can just put whatever name, and I think everything else is settled. Now what we will do is we will click on finish. It will take some time to create the disk. I think the ISO download would have been completed. Yes, the ISO download is completed by now. It will just take a while to create the disk. There is also Kali Net Hunter, which is a mobile penetration testing platform. It is available only on Android. You can use it to perform small tasks. Obviously, you can't perform everything that you can on Kali Linux desktop environment, but a lot of the things can be performed, like basic network scanning and some amount of sniffing and brute forcing tools. All those things can be performed on NetHunter directly, but that is a video for another day. So we'll just wait till the disk is created, and then we'll move forward with the process. As you can see, the virtual machine is now created. So the next step would be to actually align the ISO file. So we're going to click on Edit Virtual Machine Settings here. We'll select the CD/DVD position, use ISO image file. We're going to browse, go to Downloads, use the Kali Linux ISO, and click on OK. So now we can power on. Select Live System AMD 64 at all times. Okay. You can see a pop-up here below that says install Debian as your physical computer, that we are going to do, which should be Kali Linux. In this case, it just shows Debian because it is based on Debian. That's it. When you're done and the operating system boots up, click I finish installing. So we will do that when the time is correct. So you can see the live boot running up. Okay, you can see Kali Linux is booting up now. You get the usage, CPU usage meter here, and this should be the memory. Yes. Okay, So we have entered booted into the desktop. These are the multiple workspaces, but once again, this is not installed. What we're going to have to do is install this operating system. You can see you can use in the live environment, you can use everything, but you just have to install this operating system directly. The networking system is working. Okay. So once you familiarize yourself with the Kali Linux operating system, and more importantly, in the live environment, you are able to check if the amount of RAM that you have given and your processor in general is able to sustain everything or not. What we'll do is we will just power off the virtual machine. We'll again power on, and this time we'll not choose the live system. What we will choose is we'll go down, we'll choose the advanced installation options, we'll click graphical install and install. That's it. Now what this will do is we'll launch the graphical installer instead of the live system. Some operating systems like Pirate Security, for example, will allow you to install directly from the live environment, but that's it. It's not really a very big difference if you run it from here or there. Now the installer is launched. I'm sorry. We'll click the English language. Yes. It will ask for your location so that it will set your time zone. I will choose India. Configure the keyboard. You can choose American English, considering that is the standard keyboard layouts that is available on the market. It will load the additional components like the networking modules, the input-output device detection drivers, all those things. Some of the partitioning devices as well, I think. It will take the network hardware next. Configuring. Configuring the network with DHCP. Yes. Now that we have to select the host name. The host name, I will just keep it as Kali. That's not a very big deal. This is more important if you're a lot into networking and you want to have particular home network as a kind of like acting as a server for all the devices in your home Wi-Fi. Otherwise, it's not an issue. Same thing with the domain name. I will skip the domain name because it's not really essential for what we are doing here. Yes, but the username will obviously be required. The full name, I will give it as Simplilearn, for example. I'll keep the same username. That was the full name. This is the username. Password, you can give based on your wish. Make sure password's the same. This is the single user, by the way. You can obviously create multiple users like we do on multiple other operating systems. Now it will check the disk partitioning. Here, since we are installing it on VMware, any virtualization software, be it VirtualBox or VMware, we will use guided, which is use entire disk. Continue. As you can see, we had devoted 30 GB. It is showing 32.2. Similar situation here. We're going to click on continue. All files in one partition, which is recommended for new users. You can partition it to home, where TMP, maybe other partitions as well that you can keep, a swap partition as well, but that's not necessary now. We'll keep all of them in a single partition. Just make sure all the changes are there. It will create the swap memory on its own and click on continue. It will ask that these are the changes being made. Just select yes, continue, and it will start installing Kali Linux into the VMware virtual disk. Now, this will take some time, so we will speed this up and come back to it when the installation is done. So now we have to set the package manager. The main partitioning system is done and most of the installation part is done. You just have to configure the package manager and use a network mirror. Click on yes, APT. You don't need to set up anything else here. You can just click on next and it will set up APT, which is the package manager of Kali Linux. Now what the package manager will do is help us install, uninstall, update the tools and libraries that Kali Linux uses, all the softwares and all the tools that we're going to use later on. It will configure the package manager for now. It's almost done. Now it's installing the grub bootloader, which will when you start up the system, it will ask you where do you want to log in. Yes, install the grub bootloader to my primary drive. Click on continue. We'll just select dev SDA, which is, you'll find a single drive anyway. Instead of entering enter device name manually, just click on whatever storage space is being written below that. Now if you're using it on VirtualBox or VMware, which we are doing right now, you will get only one storage. That's it. If you're dual booting, you'll get multiple and you'll have to make some choices. But that is advanced and we don't need to get into that right now. For now, only the last one should be enough. Now it is finalizing the installation. Just running a few post-installation clicks, that's all. And as you can see, the installation is complete. So please choose continue to reboot. We'll just press continue. Now it loaded in a lot of the packages during the live version and during the installer so that it can continue with the installation. So it's going to remove that live package now from the RAM and complete the process. As you can see, Kali Linux has rebooted and is going to the installed operating system now. You will run, if you're a beginner into Linux, you will run into a lot of the commands being shown. Just don't freak out, it's all normal. It does take some time to start up depending on how much memory you have given it, how much RAM you have devoted to it, even how much hard disk you have given it also depends on that. And obviously it also relies on how much memory your Windows operating system is using, so that how much extra RAM is available and how well Windows can push VMware Workstation. So you have the login screen. We are going to use whatever username and password we had set during installation to log in. Now this will be the root user. You'll understand more about that just now. Let's just allow it to boot completely. Okay. So now we have Kali Linux operating system installed and ready to go. Now what I would recommend, the first thing is just go around, just check if you're new to Linux. Do not make a lot of changes or anything like that, but do move around. For example, if you can just click the start button here, which is termed as applications, you can see a lot of the programs that are installed. Now the good thing about Kali Linux is it's very intuitive. So for example, information gathering, you'll see all the tools that you can use for information gathering. Now same for vulnerability analysis, web app analysis, password attacks, all the brute forcing tools that you can use, the wireless attacks like AirCrack, Reaver, example, sniffing networks like Wireshark, etc. So just go around the operating system, see, check the file manager, how it works, and basically get a feel for the operating system directly. Okay, like see, here's the file manager. Just check everything, how it's working. You can enter the settings and move and make some small changes. Now a lot of the settings won't matter a lot when running virtually, but it's good to know and understand what are the things that Linux offers. So it's a very important step. One more thing, if you are in a virtual machine, is make sure that VMware Tools is installed. Usually this gets installed directly, but if not, you can just reinstall here. Okay, I think so. Our environment is ready and set up. Now as you might know, a major part of Linux is the command line. So we're going to click the terminal here, or you can just open right. Terminal has opened. So this is basically the command line that you can use in Mac OS or Windows. So a lot of the things that we do on Linux is in the command line itself. Now you can use general graphical tools like let's say the file manager, for example. You can use graphical tools, you can use other networking tools as well, but it's always better to use the terminal, because one, you can reach things faster compared to a graphical tools, considering you just have to write a single command and that's it for most of the tools, other than having to navigate through a lot of menus and sections and other compartments that you have to do on a graphical interface. So we will have to focus more on this command line terminal, and the first thing that we have to learn in a command line terminal is the sudo user or the root user. We had discussed when creating the user, where I told that that will be the root user, considering we're only adding just one user for now. Okay, so let's break that apart actually. Sudo is the keyword that we are looking for. Okay, now the super user or the root user, administrator of the system, is going to be someone who has the, all of the access to access everything, all the sensitive files, all the sensitive settings, all those things. Now, if you can just see, let's say if I want to open a file, I'm going to put cat etc shadow. It's a permission denied. Cat is the way to open up text files, by the way. Now this file does exist, but I cannot open it because the permission is denied. I'm not the root user right now. I'm just Simplilearn @Kali. Now the terminal does not go into root mode by default, because it's not safe from a security perspective. So we have to check on what are the things that can be done securely. That's why what we will do is we will write down now sudo, let's say sudo is the command for invoking the root user. We will write the same command, which is sudo cat etc shadow. It will ask you for your root password that we set before. We'll just put the same password, and as you can see, it showed the details of the shadow password, shadow file. So why? So that's the reason actually why it's not recommended to have the root user at all times. It's not recommended. Meanwhile, what you can do is, let's say you work a lot with the sudo password. For example, a lot of the things that we're going to do in this video will require the sudo keyword, which is the root access. Now, if you just open a new tab, for example, you'll get another terminal without any issues. Now, one thing I want to note out is, if you are learning a lot of the tools that require the sudo command, like opening sensitive files like this one etc shadow, or making small changes that require root access, like changing the network adapter, checking what kind of external devices are being connected from a system perspective, all those things you will require to run continuously. So instead of writing sudo again and again and again for every command, what you can use is this command sudo su. Now what this will do is, it will change the terminal, change the user in this particular terminal tab to a root user. Now I will just press enter, and you can see, you can check this $sign here. Once I press on sudo su, this will change to a hash, and you can see the user has changed now from the Simplilearn to the root user, which basically has all the permissions to do whatever it can with the system. It can change into hash. So now whatever you have to do, you don't have to write sudo command anymore. You just write cat etc shadow, and there you go. Now remember, this root user terminal is only valid for this particular tab, not even this window, this particular tab. If I go to this tab here, or I'll just close it and create a new tab, it's still $, and we're in the Simplilearn user anyway. You can't log in directly to the root user for security purposes. Like, let's say, if while it is ultra rare for Linux to have any kind of malware, it is always better to not give it all the permissions like you can have in some other operating system like Windows. So you have to dial into root directly. Okay, so you can use sudo command. You don't have to use sudo command if you have the sudo su. A lot of the things, sometimes you'll find commands that will not work, like the cat etc shadow, they will not work, or sometimes the commands will work, but they won't work all the way. You'll find something is wrong. So always make it a point to try it with sudo once before moving forward. So now let's understand how we can navigate the file system in Linux. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the terminal again, just increase the size of the text a while. So as you can see, this tilde symbol, this means we're at the home location. To understand how we can determine which directory we are in currently, always remember terminal will open in a particular directory. That's the entire point of the terminal or the command line, for example. To find out what you are in right now, you can just type in the command pwd, which stands for present working directory. Click enter and you can see I'm at the home folder in the Simplilearn. Now this can obviously change. For example, if I want to move somewhere else, now I'll just open the file manager and show you once. This is the home Simplilearn folder. As you can see, it is written here. Thuna is the name of the file manager. This is the home folder. Now you have desktop, documents, downloads, music, all these folders, subfolders, you can say, inside the Simplilearn folder, home folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to, let's say, the documents folder. Okay, so the command for that would be cd, which is change directory. So I'm going to write, as you can see, it will automatically try to complete. The more you use Kali Linux, and actually most of the Linux operating systems, the shell or the terminal understands where you go and what you do, all those things. So that way I will going to change the directory to the let's say the documents folder. Now we're going to just write cd documents, and as you can see, there is an extra word here, the documents, which means that now you are in the documents. We can use pwd command again to check, and you can see home Simplilearn documents. Now what if you're at a position where you don't know where you are and what are the files that are present there? For example, I just opened this in the graphical user interface and found out that okay, these are the subfolders that I can get into. To understand what are the folders available at your particular location, the command is just listing for command is ls, press enter. Okay, this is the documents. Apologies. We'll just, to go back one step, right now we are in home Simplilearn documents. To go back a single step, we'll just write cd double dot double full stop. Then you can see once again we are back to home Simplilearn. Now once again, to understand what are the folders that are present, we have to use the command ls, and as you can see everything that is present. The desktop, document, downloads, music, pictures, all those folders can pop up. Now you can move here and there based on where you want to go. Apart from this, let's say if you want to create a new folder for your own, one thing we can do is mkdir. That command stands for make directory. Now if I want to create a new folder by the name of mkdir slp, now remember, make sure you understand which position we are at, which is right now home Simplilearn based on the last pwd. I haven't used cd command, anything after that. So now if I press ls, you can see another folder in the name of slp. Now you can do the same things. You can just go to slp. You can see the path has now changed to home Simplilearn slp. You can go back, and that's how you can work and create folders. To delete, let's say I don't want to have the slp folder anymore, I'll just use rmdir slp. Now if I check ls, we don't have that folder anymore. So that's how you work in between folders. Now one more thing that you can do is just clear, and it will clear up the terminal for you. Now just to check where we are again, home Simplilearn. Now remember seeing the cat folder, right? The cat command using the etc folder and the shadow file. Now let's say if I want to see what is inside the etc file. For example, if I just put down ls, it will only show me what the folders present in my present working directory. What I can do is I can just write ls etc, and these are the folders that are present in the etc folder. So you can check other files listings here as well, and directly giving the full path. So that will ignore the current working directory, the present working directory, and show the folders present in the path that you mentioned. Okay. Apart from that, one more thing that we need to know when it comes to listing out details is the la command. Now all of these commands, this ls, pwd, at least 90% of the commands that you're going to use in the Linux terminal, I just clear this for now. 90% of the commands that you use in Linux will have sub commands, or it is also called as flags, that go along with it. Now for example, in my current present working directory, if I press on ls, I get these folders, right? But these are not the only folders that are present. These are the only folders that are being shown. Now to see the other files and folders that are present in the home folder, I can write the normal command ls. I'm going to add a sub command, or a flag if you say, -la, and you can see there are much more than the desktop documents downloads. That's something that we were already seeing here. But apart from that, you can see other files and folders here. The .cache, .config, .bash logout, everything you can see. Now everything that has a dot or full stop before it is considered a hidden file. It's not going to show up directly using ls. You have to write the la command, which will show all the files. Now it's very important to understand these subcommands and what are the flags that can be used in different purposes. This is basically the shell. So the more research you do and understand what kind of flags that you can use, it's going to be easier. What can help here is the man command. The man basically stands for manual. You can find it in every Linux actually. Let's say you want to learn what are the flags that you can use with the ls command, for example, or you just want to know what that command is. So you can just type in man ls, and you see it basically says ls stands for list directory contents. This is a description. Here you can see all the subcommands, the flags -b, -d. There's a good explanation for every single subcommand that you can use in order to navigate to the file system, or just listing. This is just for ls command. You can do this with almost any command that you want. It says once you've read what you needed to know, just press Q to quit, and there you have it. So that's all about how to list commands, list folders, and navigate through file systems using cd, mkdir, and rmdir. Now about the commands that you saw and all the folders that you were able to see, let's say if I just press lsla, you can see there is a folder called .cache, right? So to enter the file, you also need to just use the cd command. You can see the present working directory has changed. You can just press ls here and see if anything else. Yes, you can see there are other folders here as well. So the entire process remains the same, but just understand that if there are some files and folders that you're not able to see, which is going to happen a lot, considering a lot of the things that are hidden in Linux by default. You can access all of those things, but you need to know the right commands and the right way to access them. So if you are missing out on some files and folders, just make sure you're using the ls command and sometimes even the la command to get the details of everything that you are missing. Now this folder currently doesn't have as such any a lot of missing files and folders like the home folder had. So right now it's not very indicative, but you get the full idea of it. Another thing that you can use apart from the, let's say, the man command is the help command. Help -help. This is small. This is not as detailed as man, and this doesn't work for all commands, but you can do a lot of the commands. If you need a quick answer to something, you can definitely check this out, which is the -help. So while we are clear about folders, like how to manipulate folders, let's take a look about how we're going to work with files, for example. Now, let's say we use the echo command. Echo command is the equivalent of trying to put something on screen. So let's say if I just press echo with the codes, it just print out hello. If I want to put it inside a file, I'll just say, just press Ctrl+0. I'll just spray echo hello. To autocomplete, just press the right arrow on your keyboard. It will autocomplete. After that, echo hello. I want to put this into a file. Let's say my file .txt. Yes. We'll do one thing. This is currently in the cache folder, right? We'll just go back. Yes, this is the home folder. So we're going to do the same thing here. Now, to go back to our history of commands, I want to do the same thing. I want to echo hello into a new file. So I'll just press the up arrow and it will go cycle through my recent commands. So I'll just press enter. And if I just press ls now, you can see in the home folder, there's a new file of myfile.txt. Okay. If I want to, let's say, move this file to one of these folders, let's say I want to move this to the video folders. So the command for that is cp, which is copy. I will copy the myfile.txt to the videos folder. So I'll just enter. I don't need to actually enter videos to see the files like we had discussed. So what we're going to do is I'm going to just type in ls videos, and you can see it has the myfile.txt folder. Now since I copied it, obviously the home folder will also have the myfile.txt. In order to remove the myfile.txt, I have to use the rm command. Now remember, to remove directories we used rmdir. To remove files we just have to use rm. So I'm going to use rm myfile.txt to delete the file. Now if I ls, the home folder does not have. But since it had in the, I had copied, kept a copy in the videos folder. I'll press ls videos, press enter, and you can see it still has the my file command. Okay. Now one more thing that we can need to know is the move command. The move command will essentially move whatever folder wherever you want. Let's say I want to create echo hello my file. Again, I'll press ls and I'll see the myfile.txt folder. Now if I want to move this file, let's say if I use the mv command instead of the cp command, which is just for a, I want to use the myfile.txt to, let's say, the downloads folder. It's saying permission denied. So what I will do is I will click on sudo. Like we discussed, a lot of the things will not work directly. We will use the same command. We'll use the downloads folder. It will now work. It's time to take a look at users and privileges. Now if you remember our ls command, let's just check my present working directory. It's the home folder. Now if you remember the -la, you see a lot of the characters here, which is dr, w, xr, all those things. Now this is basically to understand what permissions a user has. If you check here, there are folders and files. You can see the folders in the dark blue color and the files in the white color. You can see light blue for links, but it's a completely separate thing. So another thing, the permissions part. If you see, there are three groups here. This is the first group, this is the second group, this is the third group. The first group is the owner of the file. Now what permissions does the owner have? Now for example, right now the owner of, let's say, this one, this file, for example, is root. Most of the time it will be the user, but this time it is root. It has read, write, execute, R for read, W for write, and X for execute. Obviously the owner will be able to do all those things. Now the second group is basically for anyone who is part of the domain group in the users. Like if you remember, while installing, there was a option called create a domain. While we did not create it because we don't have a lot of users right now, but when you create a domain, what are the people in the group who are going to do? So they have the read function, which is the rx for execute, but they do not have the write function. They cannot write directly in this file. Similarly, for the third group, which is anyone outside of the group, so any other user, if they are not in a particular group of the file, then they also have the read function and the execute function, but they will not be able to write into the file directly. So that's how you can check all of the files that are able to that a user can access or not access. That's basically the entire purpose of the privilege section, because we don't want to give undue permission to a people who do not require it. The entire point of security in Linux is a level of abstraction that is providing users with exactly what they are needed. So if you have a user that does not require executable functions to, let's say, the downloads folder, we can cut it off from our end as a root user anyway. So that's about providing privileges and providing access to certain files. Now, like we had discussed, the etc shadow file that we had used when checking the cat file. Now, one more thing that we can do again is understanding what the shadow file does. If you just press cat etc shadow, obviously it will not work. It will just say permission denied. We're going to say sudo cat shadow. This basically has the password hashes for all the users that are in a system right now. You can see the root does not have a hash, because it's not safe to have a particular hash for a user, just from security perspective. The user that we have created, which is Simplilearn, you can see the password hash being mentioned here. Now, depends on how many users you get. If you create 3, 4, 5 users, you can see all the password hashes here. Now, you can why this is password protected by security and we need to use the sudo user command is because if someone has this hash, let's say if someone is a cryptographer and is able to brute force through hashes, then it's going to be very easy to try and figure out the passwords to particular users' passwords. That's why even the hash is not shown with full confidence unless and until they get the sudo user command. So that's about privileges and how you can use the sudo command to bypass the normal user limits. So now let's take a look at some of the networking commands. We're going to clear this one for now. Check the adapters that we have in use right now. you can just write ifconfig, or actually IPA, sorry, not C, IPA. Similar information, IPA is a newer variant. It basically shows what are the adapters and the networking conditions right now. For example, you can see Ethernet. Now, even though I am using Wi-Fi on my local system, in network address translation, which is the NAT that we set the network package manager when setting up the virtual machine on this VMware, it will link up as Ethernet. So you can see Ethernet, you can check our local address, you can check the 24 subnet. This is our broadcast address, and this is our MAC address for the system. This is the IPv6 address as well. Now, similarly, this can be checked on whichever system you are being connected to. The IPA ifconfig is the same. It's just an older variant. Apart from this, there is another command, actually iwconfig. Now, this is particularly for wireless. Sorry, that was a wrong spelling. iwconfig. Now, right now it will not show any wireless extensions. If you are looking into wireless sniffing, network packet detection, or even wireless hacking, for example, we will publish a video on wireless hacking soon, so stay tuned for that. Apart from wireless hacking, if you are using any wireless extensions, let's say we have small adapters that people can use as portable or wireless cards for Wi-Fi. From some systems that do not have Wi-Fi enabled NICs in their motherboards, the people use modifiable custom portable adapters. So if you have one of those plugged in, you will see it in iwconfig. From ifconfig, you will only maybe able to find out the IP address, and that's it. iwconfig will give you all the information, and you can check later. Coming to different IP addresses, a command that you should be knowing is ARP. Now, if you're not familiar with ARP, that is going to be address resolution protocol. I think IPN will also show the same information. So what both of these do is it basically states which IP address relates to what MAC address. It will also show which one is reachable, which one is stable, all those extra stuff. Now, remember, whatever is being done in these kind of IP addresses and MAC addresses, all of them need to be put in a routing table if you want to connect with each other. Now, how you can check that? Just enter route and you can see the routing table for this particular system. You can see there is a destination for every IP address, there's an open gateway, there is a mask here, all of this stuff. Whatever data they needs to travel in between hosts. Now the second host, let's say from this virtual machine, I want to travel, I want to communicate with a system that is in my similar Wi-Fi, in the same Wi-Fi network. Then there must be a routing table connection between them. This can, the example that I gave, the same Wi-Fi network thing, that will mostly be handled by a modem or the router basically. But what if it's not? What if there's just two systems and they're not having any other connection, and you just happen to have a LAN cable connected between them? You have to set these routing tables manually so that you are able to communicate. This is going to be expressly useful if you're setting up in domain group authorities and all those things. But apart from that, it's just a good thing to know how networking works. Now, all of these commands, these MAC addresses, these IP addresses, these are something that are of utmost importance. So learning networking when learning Linux is very essential. I highly suggest learn networking so that you can be able to grasp these things better. Now, based on how you can communicate with particular host addresses, there is a command if you want to check if you can reach a particular host or not. That is using the ping command. Now we'll take a common example for this because I don't have any other system in the vicinity network right now. So let's say if I want to I want to see if I have connection to google.com. Now you can use directly an IP address as well. I'm just going to check ping google.com, and you can see it will start pinging requests directly from the google.com server, whichever is the nearest server that Google has set. You can see it just says that it sent 64 bytes from this particular IP address. It received an ICMP request was sent. The time it took for each request is also mentioned at the end here, 15 ms, 16 ms, 17, 18, all those ms. Now, since we are getting a particular request back, ICMP basically needs a response. If we are getting a response, then that host is reachable. If I did not have internet right now, this would not be possible. I'll just show. I'll press Control C. Whatever command is being run, if you want to stop it on the next terminal, it is best to it is Control C. Okay, just press Control C. It will give a small report here as well. It says 51 packets transmitted, 50 received. How much packet loss was there if some of the requests did not go through or did not receive a response, how much time it was taken, all those things. I'm going to clear. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to disconnect. Yes, the network connection has been disconnected. Now if I put ping.google.com temporary failure in name resolution, as simple as that. So once I connect again, that started. Pretty straightforward. Apart from using domain names, you can also use IP addresses like we mentioned. Now another IP address that we can ping for sure, since we have internet connection, is Cloudflare's DNS resolution address. Now that would be ping 1.1.1.1. Now to have to understand DNS, it basically acts as an address book for all the websites that you see, in whichever way it may be. For example, if let's say we're reaching google.com, when we ping google.com, we saw this IP address responding a request. We didn't saw google.com particularly responding to requests, right? These IP address will depend based on what DNS services Google has and how many servers they have in particular locations. That's why hitting IP address directly also work. That's why DNS is essential. So we're going to ping 1.1.1.1, and you can see we're getting response times for those as well. Now these will be generally faster compared to normal websites. As you can see, the time is much less compared to pinging google.com. Okay, obviously if you can't target something, let's say 1.1.2.5 for example, I'm not sure if that is even a host. 100% packet loss. It just nothing worked. It will not work. It won't send anything. Even if there is a host, let's say if I have an IP address of a system that is in my group, but it does not have permission to receive IPP requests, or it has just closed off all the ports that we cannot connect with it, then it will just not work. It will just say it's not existing. You see, we sent 26 packets, none of them were received, and it was 100% packet loss. That's why. I'll just check once what is the IP address of our system. It was 192.168.72.130. If I 192.168.72, instead of 130, I'll just put 154 or something. Something. There is no host. If there was another address there, it would have received some request. And since there is no host, it says destination host unreachable. That's why you can check if you have connectivity with a particular system in your network or your group or your domain using the ping command. So that's the networking commands. That are all the networking commands that you need to know for now. The basics at the very least. The next thing you have to take a look at is services. Now services will differ wildly based on the system that you are using. For example, on Windows, you see services for different stuff, like for any remote desktop software, you check and you see services. Similar cases with Linux. If I just open, let's say htop. Okay, it does no, we have to install htop. Let's just use top. Here it basically functions, the top functions as a task manager. You can see so many systems, services here, the xorg, thunar, xxtop is running on the background, stuff like that. Now, if I want to start something particular, let's take the Apache web server. Now, Apache web servers have been in use for like years, decades at this point. So in order to function, see how Apache servers use, the first thing I'm going to check is my IP address. This is my IP address. So what I'll do is I will copy this. I'll open my web browser. Apache web servers are hosted on your own IP. So I'll just paste it here and click enter. And you can see there's nothing popping up now. A major reason for this can be the server is not running. So one thing what we'll do is we're going to start the Apache server by starting its service. So we're going to use system system Apache to start. Now if I click enter, it'll say it just not work. what I will do is, sorry, the correct term was service, not system. And even if I click on service, Apache to start, it will say it needs authentication. Now this could be bypassed by directly giving sudo and putting in the root password in the command line itself, but all in all it's the same result. So I'll just use my password here, and now I'll just remove the HTTP here because Apache is a local server. Now you can see the Apache web server has loaded based on Apache Debian default page. Now as you can see, the server is working correctly. If I just open the terminal again, now to stop it, I can once again just go sudo service Apache to stop. This will stop the service. I'll just press enter. I'll refresh, and there we lose our access. A very good part of Apache servers used to be the ability to hold files, ability to host files, basically for people in the same domain or even the same network. Okay, now you can see where the files can be stored. Like for example, it says you should replace this file located at var html index.html. So if I just open up my file explorer and go to file system, var www.html, this is where a lot of people can host their files. Okay, now another better way is to hold a Python server. Now considering all of Linux almost every single Linux distribution now comes with Python pre-installed. So how we can do that is, let that keep running, we don't have an issue. I'll just check. No, actually let's stop that. It will be easier to understand how it's working. If we refresh now, as you can see, nothing is working. So what we're going to do is we're going to start a Python HTTP server. Python -m is the sub flag for it, and HTTP server we're going to start. Now, what is my present working directory? Simplilearn. Let me just clear these. Present working directory is the home folder. If you check what are the folders that are available, desktop, documents, downloads, these are the folders. Now, if I am running the HTTP server on this folder, even though it will only my IP is going to be used for accessing the server, it depends on which folder I am hosting it from. So if I host the Python HTTP server, Python HTTP server from this folder, I just press enter, and you can see it says serving HTTP on 000 is basically your local IP address, and I'm using the port 80. You can use whichever port, that's not really important which port you use. If I refresh now, you can see I see all the folders that are available, documents, downloads. These dot are something other things that we've already seen using the -la command. So all the files are now hosted properly as expected. Similarly, if we want to use, let's say, any other files that we want to share with someone in a network easily, and this can very well function like an FTP server. This is not exactly an FTP server, but this can be easily accessed with just the URL. If someone is in my system, if someone is in my home network, for example, they can just use my IP address, which will be 192.168.702.130. They can check the ping command and see if it is reachable, which it should be, unless and until some particular port is closed. They can just access the files using this one. Now to stop the Python HTTP server, once again just press Ctrl+C and it's gone. So that's how you work with services in Kali Linux, at least from a basic perspective. That's how it's going to work. Now one of the last things that we're going to check is the ability to install, update tools, and basically all the software that you can see here. You see all the applications that can be run, for example, the vulnerability analysis tools, Nmap, SQL Map, Reaver, Pixie WPS, all those things. Now, how do these get installed, updated, and basically dealt with? So, PT, actually apt get also, but those are interchangeable and you can use whichever one you like. I use apt get, but in order to check, let's say if you want to update a system, which is one of the bare minimum needs of every system, right? So the command for that is going to be, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use sudo su, which is the sudo super user. I will just use sudo su and go into the root stage, because almost all of the commands that I'm going to put next require sudo. So I might as well just be without having to type the password every single time. Now, once I'm sudo su, the correct command would be apt get update. Now what this will do is it will check the repositories. every Linux distribution has a few repositories that it gets the softwares and updates from. It will check the package list. Now for now, the repository that is being hit is the kali.download kali rolling in release, right? So it will update the repositories based on the data available on that particular address. We use the apt-get update command there. So next thing what we are going to do is apt-get upgrade. Yes. So now after the repositories have been updated with the data available on the web server, it says that the following packages will be upgraded. You can see the Apache 2 server needs an update. Then you have CS certificates, script setup, Firefox ESR, which is a Firefox browser for extended support release Linux platforms, all those things, the Mesa Vulkan drivers, Python Flask, all those things. Out of total 303 upgraded, no new installations are needed and 4 need not be upgraded. So after this operation, you'll see 364 MB of files needs to be downloaded and 24 MB additional disk space will be used. You can either continue using Y or N. So that's how you're going to update your system. Now even if I click N and be done with it, this is all about updating. I'm going to clear this out. But how do we install files? For example, if you remember, I typed out a command called htop. It says command htop not found but can be installed with apt install htop. That can once again be apt-get as well. It's not a very big deal which one do you use. I'll just cancel this and I will write out the command myself. Let's use apt for this one instead of apt-get. apt install htop. Now I am able to do this very easily because htop is already in the repository. I have that in the Kali in rolling release repository. That's why, as you can see, the installation has been started. This is the fetched 152 KB, which is the size of htop. It's a very small thing, and the installation is now complete. Now if I just sit on htop, you can see a newer version of the task manager or the system monitor, essentially to see what kind of where the memory is being used, the CPU percentage, all those things. So that's how you can install. If I press Ctrl C again, I'll go back to my command line interface. So that's how you can install. To remove, you can just use apt remove HTTP. It says 1 to remove and 387 kilobyte disk will be freed. If I just press enter, you don't have htop anymore. So that's how you install and remove tools from Kali Linux using the apt and apt-get. Now these apt and apt-get are package managers specifically for Debian and Debian based operating systems. That's why these commands will be consistent across all Debian based distribution systems unless and until they have their own package manager, which is not really the case if they are based on Debian. So similarly, Fedora has DNF, Arch has Pacman, all those things. So those will differ. But if in a particular base distribution, these package managers will be the same. So that's how you can use apt and apt-get to understand how you can install and remove tools. So I think we've covered everything that we've set the agenda for in this Kali Linux tutorial and basically a Linux crash course.
With cybercrime getting more and more complex by the day, corporations are in the need of trained personnel in the field of cybersecurity. Ethical hacking and penetration testing had always been necessary for organizations and the general public to protect the system against malicious attackers. However, with the exponential growth in cyber attacks, the necessity of being trained in ethical hacking is at an all-time high. Many such professionals tend to use Linux distributions for their penetration testing activities. There are specific operating systems which are catered to ethical hackers. These operating systems come pre-installed with the necessary tools and scripts required for ethical hacking. Probably the most famous operating system in this bracket is Kali Linux. For today's video, we will learn about this distribution made by and for hackers. We take you through the intricacies of its hardware and software specifications. Let's take a look at the agenda for today. We start by learning about Kali Linux and a basic explanation of its purpose. We take a look at the history of Kali Linux from the story of its origin to its current day exploits. Next, we learn a few distinct features of Kali Linux that make it an attractive choice for penetration testers worldwide. Moving on, we take a look at the multiple ways we can install Kali Linux to start our journey in the world of penetration testing. In the next few sections, we compare it to an industry rival operating system by the name of Parrot Security Operating System. We take a look at the OS on a grassroots level. Next, we learn about the standout features of Kali Linux and Parrot Security with their unique offerings. We make a direct comparison between Kali and Parrot Security OS as far as the hardware specifications and all-around usability is concerned. We make a conclusion as to which operating system caters to which category of user. In the next topic, we take a detailed look at how we can install Kali Linux on a Windows 10 system using the VMware virtualization software. Moving on, we go through some of the reasons why people should choose Kali Linux as their primary operating system when it comes to ethical hacking and penetration testing. In the next section, we cover the 5 different phases of penetration testing, where each stage is a crucial segment in the entire cycle of an ethical hacking campaign. We also take a look at the most popular tools installed in Kali Linux that are used regularly by ethical hackers as a part of their professional work. Coming to a few live demonstrations, we start by learning some Linux terminal basic commands, set up proxy chains to maintain our privacy on the internet, run a few Nmap scans to find information about our victims, use Wireshark to detect insecure browser traffic traveling through HTTP web pages, learn about Metasploit and its components, and finally use Metasploit to hack into a Windows 10 machine and grant ourselves root access or the admin access, which basically gives us the key to the entire machine. It's no secret that the majority of our internet usage is at the risk of being hacked, be it via unsafe messaging applications or misconfigured operating systems. To counteract this void of digital security, penetration testing has become the norm when it comes to vulnerability assessment. Kali Linux is an operating system that has become a well-known weapon in this fight against hackers. A Linux distribution that is made specifically for penetration testers, Kali Linux has layers of features that we will be covering in today's lesson. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered in this video. We start by learning about Kali Linux and a basic explanation of its purpose. We take a look at the history of Kali Linux from the story of its origin to its current day exploits. Next, we learn a few distinct features of Kali that make it an attractive choice for penetration testers worldwide. Finally, we take a look at the multiple ways we can install Kali Linux to start our journey in the world of penetration testing. Let's start by learning about Kali Linux in general. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools that are targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multiple platform solution, accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali desktop. While the operating system is capable of practically modifying every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali become disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a deeper element of control to the most enthusiastic of users. We did not get Kali Linux since the first day. How did it come into existence? Let's take a look at some of its history. Kali Linux is based on years of knowledge and experience in building penetration testing and operating systems. During all these project lifelines, there have been only a few different developers, as the team has always been small. The first project was called WOPEX, which stands for White Hat Knopex. As can be inferred from the name, it was based on the Knopex operating system as its underlying OS. WOPEX had releases ranging from version 2.0 to 2.7. This made way for the next project, which was known as WAX, or the longhand being White Hat Slacks. The name change was because the base OS was changed from Knopex to Slacks. WAX started at version 3 as a nod, it carrying on from WOPEX. There was a similar OS being produced at the same time, Auditor Security Collection, often being shortened to just Auditor, which was once again using Knopex. Its efforts were combined with WAX to produce Backtrack. Backtrack was based on Slackware from version 1 to version 3, but switched to Ubuntu later on with version 4 to version 5. Using the experience gained from all of this, Kali Linux came after Backtrack in 2013. Kali started off using Debian stable as the engine under the hood before moving to Debian testing when Kali Linux became a rolling operating system. Now that we understand the history and the purpose of Kali Linux, let us learn a little more about its distinct features. The latest version of Kali comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool that was included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a great number of tools that either simply did not work or which duplicated other tools that provided the same or similar functionality. The Kali Linux team is made up of a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets greatly reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes true multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in their native language and locate the tools they need for the job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a stronghold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more and more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distributions, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. All this information is necessary for users to determine if Kali Linux is the correct choice for them. If it is, what are the ways that they can go forward with this installation and start their penetration testing journey? The first way to use Kali Linux is by launching the distribution in the live USB mode. This can be achieved by downloading the installer image file or the ISO file from the Kali Linux website and flashing it to a USB drive with a capacity of at least 8 GB. Some people don't need to save their data permanently, and a live USB is the perfect solution for such cases. After the ISO image is flashed, the thumb drive can be used to boot a fully working installation of the operating system, with the caveat that any changes made to the OS in this mode are not written permanently. Some cases allow persistent usage in live USBs, but those require further configuration than normal situations. But what if the user wants to store data permanently in the installed OS? The best and the most reliable way to ensure this is the full-fledged hard disk installation. This will ensure the complete usage of the system's hardware capabilities and will take into account the updates and the configurations being made to the OS. This method is supposed to override any pre-existing operating system installed on the computer, be it Windows or any other variant of Linux. The next alternative route for installing Kali Linux would be to use virtualization software such as VMware or VirtualBox. The software will be installed as a separate application on an already existing OS, and Kali Linux can be run as an operating system in the same computer as a window. The hardware requirements will be completely customizable, starting with the allotted RAM to the virtual hard disk capacity. The usage of both a host and guest operating system like Kali Linux allows users a safe environment to learn while not putting their systems at risk. If you want to learn more about how one can go forward with this method, we have a dedicated video where Kali Linux is being installed on VMware while running on a Windows 10 operating system. You can find the link in the description box to get started with your very own virtual machine. The final way to install Kali Linux is by using a dual boot system. To put it in simple words, the Kali Linux OS will not be overwriting any pre-installed operating system on a machine, but will be installed alongside it. When a computer boots up, the user will get a choice to boot into either of these operating systems. Many people prefer to keep both the Windows and Kali Linux installed, so the distribution of work and recreational activities is also allotted effectively. It gives users a safety valve should their custom Linux installation run into any bugs that cannot be fixed from within the operating system. Professionals in security testing, penetration testing, and ethical hacking utilize Linux as their preferred operating system. It provides several configurable distributions that you may configure based on your end use. Kali Linux and Parrot OS are two popular penetration testing distributions. While these operating systems each have unique offerings, the overall choice can differ between personnel thanks to their various tools and hardware specifications. Today we will look at both these distributions and settle on the perfect choice for each type of user. Let's go through the agenda for this video. We will learn about Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS from scratch, while understanding their primary selling points as a Linux distribution catered towards penetration testers. Next, we know about some features of these operating systems that stand out of their package. Finally, we directly compare Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS, thereby making a clear-cut conclusion on which OS is perfect on a per-requirement basis. So let's start by learning about Kali Linux from a ground level. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multi-platform solution, accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and a stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali Linux desktop. While the operating system can practically modify every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali Linux come disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a more profound element of security control to the most enthusiastic of users. Now, let's take a look at Parrot Security operating system. Parrot Security OS is a Debian-based Linux distribution with an emphasis on security, privacy, and development. It is built on the Debian's testing branch and uses a custom-hardened Linux kernel. Parrot Security contains several hundred tools targeted towards tasks such as penetration testing, computer forensics, reverse engineering, and security research. It is seen as a generally lightweight distribution that can work under rigorous hardware and software specifications. It features a distinct forensics mode that does not mount any of the system's hard disks or partitions and has no influence on the host system, making it much more stealthy than its regular occurrence. This mode is used on the host system to execute forensic procedures. A rolling release is a paradigm in which software upgrades are rolled out constantly rather than in batches of versions in software development. This ensures that the software is constantly up to date. A rolling release distribution such as Parrot Security OS follows the same concept. It provides the most recent Linux kernel and software versions as soon as they become available. With the basic introduction to the operating systems out of the way, let us take a look at the unique features of both Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS. The latest version of Kali Linux comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a significant number of tools that either simply did not work or duplicated other tools that provided the same and similar functionality. The Kali Linux team comprises a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets dramatically reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes proper multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in the native language and locate the tools they need for their job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a strong hold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more prevalent and inexpensive, The development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distribution, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. Let's take a look at some of the features of Parrot Security operating system now. Along with a giant catalog of scripts, Parrot Security OS has its own hardened Linux kernel modified explicitly to provide as much security and resistance to hackers as possible in the first line of defense. The configurations in the operating system act as the second gateway, taking care of malicious requests and dropping them off. This is particularly beneficial since should there be a scenario where the latest Linux kernel is causing some particular issue, the Parrot OS development team will most likely iron it out first before passing it on as an update. If the custom hardened kernel wasn't reason enough, Parrot Security developers managed to install more hacking tools and scripts to ensure a smooth transition for the Kali Linux users. All the tools you find in Kali are present in Parrot OS and a few extra ones for good measure. And this has been achieved while keeping roughly the same operating system size between both of them. However, it's not all productivity points for Parrot OS. They provide a choice between two different desktop environments, Mate, which comes pre-installed by default, and KDE. For those unfamiliar with Linux terminology, you can think of desktop environments as the main UI for a distribution. Being highly modular in nature, one can use Parrot Security OS while adding another desktop environment that they find appealing. While Kali Linux has only a single option, Parrot Security has provided two optimized builds with Mate Desktop and KDE Desktop. One of the primary advantages of Parrot OS over Kali Linux is that it's relatively lightweight. This implies that it takes significantly less disk space and computing power to function correctly, with as little as 320 MB of RAM required. In reality, Parrot OS is designed to operate successfully off a USB stick, but Kali Linux does not work well from a USB drive and is generally installed in a virtual machine. Parrot OS is more of a niche distribution if you're searching for something lighter than Kali Linux. Features are great, but what about performance? Real-world metrics. Let us compare both these operating systems directly with respect to their hardware specifications and usability. In the end, we can decide on what distribution is fit for each type of user. For our first point of comparison, let's take a look at the RAM required. For optimum performance of the operating system, which is highly essential when trying to crack hashes or something of similar nature, RAM usage is a very important facet. While Kali Linux demands at least 1 GB of RAM, Parrot Security can operate optimally with a minimum of 320 MB of RAM. For correctly displaying graphical elements, Kali Linux requires GPU-based acceleration, while this is not the case with Parrot Security OS, which doesn't require any graphical acceleration needed from the user side. Once these operating systems are installed on VMware using their live boot ISOs, they take up a minimum amount of hard disk storage. Both of these operating systems have a recommended disk storage of minimum of 20 GB in Kali Linux and a minimum of 15 GB in Parrot Security, so they can install all the tools necessary in the ISO file. When it comes to the category and the selection of tools, Kali Linux has always been the first in securing every single tool available for hackers in the penetration testing industry. Parrot Security, on the other hand, has managed to take it up a notch. While specializing in wireless pen testing, Parrot Security makes it a point that all the tools that Kali Linux provides has been included in the ISO, while simultaneously adding some extra tools that many users will have to install from third-party sources in Kali Linux. Being a decade-old penetration testing distribution, Kali Linux has formed up a very big community with strong support signature. Parrot Security, on the other hand, is still growing, and it is garnering much more interest among veteran penetration testers, and ethical hackers. A primary drawback of Kali Linux is the extensive hardware requirement. To perform optimally, it requires higher memory than parallel security. It also needs graphical acceleration while demanding more virtual hard disk storage. Parallel security, on the other hand, was initially designed to run off a USB drive directly, thereby requiring very minimal requirements from a hardware perspective, like just 320 MB of RAM and no graphical acceleration needed. This means parallel security is much more feasible for people who are not able to devote massive resources to either their virtual machine or on their laptop hard disk directly. With the comparison done between both of these operating systems, let's take a look at the type of users both of these are catered to. One can go with Kali Linux if they want the extensive community support offered by its users, if they want to go with a trusted development team that have been working on this distribution since many years, if they have a powerful system which can run Kali Linux optimally without having to bottleneck performance, and if they are comfortable with a semi-professional environment which may or may not be very useful for new beginners. One can decide to go with parallel security if they want to go with a very lightweight and lean distribution that can run pretty much on all systems. It also has a lot of tools pre-installed, and some of them are not even present on Kali Linux. It is much more suitable for underpowered rigs where users do not have a lot of hardware resources to provide to the operating system, and thereby it is much more feasible for people with underpowered laptops or no graphical acceleration. Compared to Kali Linux, parallel security's desktop environment is also relatively easier to use for new beginners. For people who are just getting into ethical hacking, parallel security does a relatively better job of introducing them to the operating system and to the various tools without having to dump them into the entire intricacies. The installation of Kali Linux. There are multiple ways to install Kali Linux. We can either install it on a normal hard drive, in a virtual machine software such as VMware or VirtualBox, or we can do that in hard bare metal machines. Now, for the convenience of explanation, we're going to install Kali Linux today on a virtual machine software known as VMware. VMware is able to run multiple operating systems on a single host machine, which in our case is a Windows 10 system. To get started with Kali Linux installation, we have to go to the website to download an image file. We go to Get Kali, and as you can see, there are multiple platforms on which this operating system can be inverted. As per our requirement, we're going to go with the virtual machine section. As you can see, it is already recommended by the developers. This is the download button, which will download a 64-bit ISO file. We can download 32-bit, but that is more necessary for hard metal machines, or if you're going to use it for older devices which do not support 64-bit operating systems yet. After clicking on the download button, we can see we have a WinRAR archive which will have the ISO files. For now, we have downloaded the ISO file and it is already present with me. So we can start working on the VMware side of things. Once the ISO file is downloaded, we open up VMware Workstation. We go to File and we create a new virtual machine. In these two options, it is highly recommended to go with the typical setup rather than the custom one. The custom is much more advanced and requires much more information from the user, which is beneficial for developers and people who are well versed with virtualization software, but for 90% of the cases, typical setup will be enough. Here, we can select the third option, which will be I will install the operating system later. In some operating systems, we can use the ISO file here directly and VMware will install it for us. But for right now, in the case of Kali Linux, the third option is always the safest. Kali Linux is a Linux distribution. So we can select Linux over here, and the version, as you can see here, have multiple versions such as the multiple kernels. Every distribution has a parent distribution. For example, Kali Linux has Debian, and there are other distributions which are based or forked from some parent distribution. Kali Linux is based off Debian, so we can go with the highest version of Debian, which is the Debian 10.x 64-bit. go on next, we can write any such name. We can write Kali Linux so that it will be easier to recognize the virtual machine among this list of virtual machine instances. The location can be any location you decide to put. By default, it should be the documents folder, but anywhere you put, it will hold up all the information of the operating system, all the files you download, all the configurations you store, everything will be stored in this particular location that you provide. When we go next, we are asked about the disk capacity. This disk capacity will be all the storage that will be provided to your virtual machine of Kali Linux. Think of your Windows device. If you have a 1 terabyte of hard drive, you have the entirety of the hard disk to store data on. How much data you give here, you can only store up to that amount of data. Not to mention, some amount of capacity will be taken up by the operating system itself to store its programs and applications. For now, we can give around, let's say, 15 GB of information. Or if its recommended size for Debian is 20, we can just go ahead at 20. It depends all on the user case. If you are going to use it extensively, you can even go as high as 50 or 60 GB if you have plans to download many more applications and perform multiple different tests. Another option we get over here is storing virtual disks as a single file or storing them into multiple files. As we already know, this virtual machine runs entirely on VMware. Sometimes when transferring these virtual machine instances, let's say from a personal computer to a work computer, we're going to need to copy up the entire folder that we had mentioned before over here. Instead, all virtual machines have a portability feature. Now this portability feature is possible for all scenarios, except it is much easier if they split the virtual disk into multiple files. Now even if this makes porting virtual machines easier from either system to system or software to software, let's say if you want to switch from VMware to VirtualBox or vice versa, the performance takes a small hit. It's not huge, but it's recommended to go with storing the virtual disk as a single file if you have no purposes of ever moving the virtual machine. Even if you do, it's not a complete stop that it cannot be ported. It's just easier when using multiple files. But in order to get the best performance out of the virtual machine, we can store it as a single file over here. This is a summary of all the changes that we made and all the configurations that have been settled until now. Now at this point of time, we have not provided the .iso file yet, which is the installation file for the Kali Linux that we downloaded from this website. As of right now, we have only configured the settings of the virtual machine. So we can press on Finish. And we have Kali Linux in the list. Now, to make the changes further, we press on Edit Virtual Machine Settings. The memory is supposed to give the RAM of the virtual machine. So devices with RAM of 8 GB or below that, giving high amount of RAM will cause performance issues on the host system. If the memory has some amount of free storage left, let's say on idle storage, my Windows machine takes about 2 GB. So I have 6 GB of memory to provide. Although if you provide all of the 6 GB, it will be much more difficult for the host system to run everything properly. So for this instance, we can keep it as 2 GB of memory for the virtual machine instance. Similarly, we can use the number of processors and we can customize it according to our liking. Let's say if we want to use one processor, but we want to use 2 different cores, we can select them as well. Hard disk is pre-set up as the SCSI hard disk and it does not need to be changed for the installation of this operating system at all. CD/ID DVD. This is where the installation file comes. You can think of the ISO file that we downloaded as a pen drive or a USB thumb drive, which is necessary to install an operating system. To provide this, we're going to select Use ISO image file. We're going to click on Browse. Go to Downloads and select the ISO file over here. Select Open. And we can see it is already loaded up. Next, in the network adapter, it is recommended to use NAT. This helps the virtual machine to draw the internet from the host machine settings. If your host machine is connected to the internet, then the virtual machine is connected as well. There are some other options such as host only or custom segments or LAN segments, but those are not necessary for installation. Rest of them are pretty standard, which do not need any extra configuration and can be left as it is. Press OK, and now we can power on this virtual machine. In this screen, we can choose how we want to proceed with the installation. We have a Start Installer option over here. So we're going to press Enter on that. We're going to wait for the things to load from the ISO file. The first step in the installation is choosing the language of the operating system. For this, we can go with English as standard. This is a location. This will be used for setting up the time and some of the internal settings which depend entirely on the location of the user. So for this, we're going to go with India. Configuring the keyboard, it's always recommended to go with the American English first. Many people make a mistake of going with the Indian keyboard if it is possible, and it provides a lot of issues later on. So it's always preferred to go with the American English, and if later we see some necessity of another keyboard dialect that is required, we can install it later. But for now, we should always stick with American English as a basic. At this point, it's going to load the installation components from the .iso file. It is a big file of 3.6 GB, so it has a lot of components that need to be put into the virtual machine, which can also be used to detect hardware. Once the hardware and the network configuration is done by the ISO file, we want to write a host name for the system. This host name can be anything which is used to recognize this device on a local network or a LAN cable. Let's say if we use the name Kali. Domain name, we can skip it for now. It's not necessary as such for the installation. This is the full name for the user. Let's say we can provide the name as Simplilearn as a full name. Next, we're going to set up a username. This username is going to be necessary to identify the user from its root accounts and the subsequent below accounts. For now, we can give it as something as simply123. Now we have to choose a password for the user. Now remember, since this is the first user that is being added onto this newly installed operating system, it needs to be a password for the administrator. We can use whichever password we like over here and use the same password below and press on continue. At this point, it's going to detect on the components on which the operating system can be installed. Like here, there are multiple options like the use entire disk can set up LVM, use entire disk can set up encrypted LVM. For newcomers, it is recommended to just use the first one, since LVM encryption is something that you can learn afterwards when you're much more hands-on with the Linux operating system. For now, we're going to use the use entire disk guided installation and press on continue. When we set up the virtual machine on VMware, we had set up a disk capacity that we gave up as 20 GB. That is the hard disk which is being discovered here. Even though it is a virtual disk, on VMware it acts as a normal hard disk on which an operating system can be installed. So we select this one and press on continue. Here there is a multiple partition system. All the operating systems that are installed have different components. One is used for the keeping of the applications, one for the files, other for the RAM management, and other things. For newcomers, it is always recommended to keep it in one partition. And we're going to select that and press on continue. This is just an overview of the partition it's going to make. As you can see, it has a primary partition of 20.4 GB and a logical partition of 1 GB used for swap memory. Now, these kind of naming can be confusing for people who are not well versed with Linux operating systems or in general virtualization. But for now, you can go ahead and press on continue, as this will be fine. We can press on Finish Partitioning and write changes to disk and continue. It's just a confirmation page. As you can see, it's wrote that SCSI3 is our virtual hard disk of 20 GB disk capacity. We write the changes to the disk, we press yes and click on continue. At this point, the installation has started. Now this installation will take a while depending on the amount of RAM provided, the processors provided, and how quickly the performance of the system is being hampered by the host machine. On quicker systems this will be rather quick, while on the smaller ones this will take a while. Since this is going to take some time to install as it is being run on a virtual machine with only 2 GB of RAM, we're going to speed up this part of the video so we don't have to waste any more time just watching the progress bar. Now that our core installation is completed, it's asking us to configure a package manager. The work of a package manager on Linux operating systems is similar to the Google Play Store on Android mobile devices and on the App Store for the Apple devices. It's an interface to install external applications which are not installed by default, let's say for Google Chrome or any other browser which can be used to browse the internet. At this point of time, it's asked us to select a network mirror. We're going to select as yes and move forward with this. Next, it's going to ask us for an HTTP proxy, which we can leave it as blank and press it as continue forward. At this point of time, it's looking for updates to the Kali Linux installation. This will fetch the new builds from the Kali server, so the installation is always updated to the latest version. Now that the package manager is configured, we have the grub bootloader. The grub is used for selecting the operating system while booting up. Its core functionality is to allow the operating system to be loaded correctly without any faults. So at this point of time, if it asks install the grub bootloader to your primary drive, we can select it as yes and press continue. Remember, the installation was conducted on dev SDA. So we're going to select installation of the grub loader on the same hard disk that we have configured. We press this one and press continue. So now the grub bootloader is being installed. The grub is highly essential because it shows the motherboard where to start the operating system from. Even if the operating system is installed correctly and all the files are in correct order, the absence of a bootloader will not be able to launch the OS properly. As you can see, the installation is finally complete. So now we can press on continue and it's going to finalize the changes. Now you can see Kali Linux being booted up straight away. It doesn't check for the ISO file anymore since the operating system is now installed onto the virtual hard disk storage that we had configured before. Here we're going to enter our username and password that we had set up before. And we have the Kali Linux system booted up. And this is your homepage. We can see the installed applications over here, which are being used for penetration testing by multiple security analysts worldwide. All of these come pre-installed with Kali Linux, and others can be installed using the apt package manager that we had configured. We can see a full name over here. And with this, our installation of the Kali Linux is complete.
It's no secret that the vast bulk of our internet usage is vulnerable to hacking, whether it's through hazardous messaging apps or faulty operating systems. Penetration testing has become the norm for vulnerability assessment in order to fill this vacuum in digital security. Kali Linux is a well-known operating system in this fight against hackers. Kali Linux, a distribution designed specifically for penetration testers,
has layers of features that we will go over in today's lesson and take a look at some of the tools and features that the operating system has to offer. Let's take a look at the video's topics and features that the operating system has to offer. Let's take a look at the video's topics. We start by learning the requirements of an operating system like Kali Linux. We learn more about the core features of the OS and its intricacies. Moving on, we take a look at the 5 distinct stages of penetration testing that dictate the flow of vulnerability assessment in general. Next, we learn about some important tools that can be found on Kali Linux which are geared specifically for ethical hacking purposes. And finally, we have an extensive demonstration where we work on some basic terminal commands, proxy tools, and a couple of highly regarded software from the crux of the operating system.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Let's start by learning why one should learn Kali Linux in the first place. In today's world, an organization's most valuable asset is its information or data. This is true for all kinds of businesses, be it public or private. On a daily basis, they all deal with enormous amounts of sensitive information. As a consequence, terrorist groups, hacking teams, and cyber thieves often attack them. To ensure this safety and protection, businesses use a variety of security measures and regularly update their index. Organizations must be proactive in this age of digitalization by regularly assessing and updating their security. Every day, hackers discover new methods to breach firewalls. Ethical hackers or white hat hackers provide a fresh perspective on security. They conduct penetration tests to validate security measures. Generally, they will penetrate your networks and give you relevant information about your security posture. Once an organization has this knowledge, it may upgrade its security procedures accordingly. The latest version of Kali Linux comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool that was included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a great number of tools that either simply did not work or which duplicated other tools that provided the same or similar functionality. Occasionally, when conducting penetration testing or hacking, we must automate our activities since there may be hundreds of conditions and payloads to test, and manually examining everything is time-consuming. To improve our productivity, we utilize tools that come pre-packaged with Kali Linux. These tools not only save us time, but also accurately capture and process the data. The Kali Linux team is made up of a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets greatly reduces the risk of source contamination. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes true multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in their native language and locate the tools they need to do for the job. Since ARM-based single board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more and more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distribution, so tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution tools. Now that we understand the necessity for an operating system like Kali Linux, let us take a look at some of its core features and offerings to the ethical hacking world. Kali Linux, formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution which is aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multi-platform solution accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali Linux desktop. While the operating system is capable of practically modifying every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali Linux come disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a deeper element of security and control to the most enthusiastic of users. Let us now take a look at the 5 stages or phases of penetration testing. This is the first stage of the penetration test, which is known as the reconnaissance phase. In this stage, the security researcher collects information about the target. It can be done actively, which means you are collecting information without contacting the target, or even both. It helps security firms gather information about the target system, network components, active machines, open ports and access points, operating system details, etc. This activity can be performed by using information available in the public domain and using different tools. The next phase is more tool-oriented rather than performed manually, and it is the scanning phase. The penetration tester runs one or more scanner tools to gather more information about the target. The penetration tester runs one or more scanner tools to gather information about the target. By using various scanners such as war dialers, port scanners, network mappers, and vulnerability scanners, the tester collects as many vulnerabilities which help to turn an attack in a more sophisticated way. The next stage is known as the gaining access phase. In this phase, the penetration tester tries to establish a connection with the target and exploit the vulnerabilities found in the previous stage. Exploitation may be buffer overflow attacks, denial of service or DOS attacks, session hijacking, and many more. Basically, penetration tester extracts information and sensitive data from servers by gaining access using different tools. In the maintaining access phase, the penetration tester tries to create a backdoor for himself. It helps him to identify hidden vulnerabilities in the system and can later act as a gateway to retrieve control of the system. In the final phase of covering tracks, the penetration tester tries to remove all logs and footprints which help the administrator identify his presence. This helps the tester to think like a hacker and perform corrective actions to mitigate those activities. Now that we understand the basics of penetration testing and how ethical hackers go about their way, let us take a look at some notable tools which can be used on Kali Linux. At the top of the chain lies Nmap. Nmap is a free and open source utility port scanner which can be used for network discovery and security auditing. Many systems and network administrators also find it useful for tasks such as network inventory, managing service upgrade schedules, and monitoring host or service uptime. It is most beneficial in the early stages of ethical hacking, where a hacker must figure the possible entry point to a system before running the necessary exploits, thus allowing the hacker to leverage any insecure openings and breach the device. It's a part of the scanning phase of the penetration testing. Nmap uses raw IP packets in novel ways to determine what hosts are available on the network, what services these hosts are offering, what operating systems they are running and their versions, what type of packet filters and firewalls are in use, and dozens of other characteristics. It was designed to rapidly scan large networks but works fine against single hosts as well. Since every application that connects to a network needs to do so via a port, the wrong port or server configuration can open a can of worms which lead to a thorough breach of the system and ultimately a fully hacked device. Next on the list we have Metasploit. The Metasploit framework is a very powerful tool that can be used by cybercriminals as well as ethical hackers to probe systemic vulnerabilities on networks and servers. As a part of the third stage of penetration testing, it's an open source framework which can be easily customized and used with most operating systems. With Metasploit, the ethical hacking team can use a ready-made or custom code and introduce it into a network to probe for weak spots. As another flavor of threat hunting, once these flaws are identified and documented, the information can be used to address systemic weaknesses and prioritize solutions. Once a particular vulnerability is identified and the exploit is fed into the system, there are a host of options for the hacker. Depending on the vulnerability, hackers can even run root commands from the terminal, allowing complete control over the activities of the compromised system as well as all personal data stored on the device. A big advantage of Metasploit is the ability to run full-fledged scans on a target system, thereby giving a detailed picture of the security index of said system. This also provides the necessary exploits that can be used to bypass the firewalls and the antivirus software. Having a single solution to gather almost all the necessary points of attack is very useful for ethical hackers and penetration testers, as denoted by the high rank in this list. At number 3, we have Wireshark. Wireshark is the world's foremost and widely used networking protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level and is the de facto standard across many commercial and non-profit enterprises, government agencies, and educational institutions. Wireshark is a popular open source tool to capture network packets and converts them to human-readable binary format. It provides every single detail of the organization's network infrastructure. It consists of devices designed to help measure the ins and outs of the network. The information collected through Wireshark can be used for various purposes, such as real-time or offline network analysis, identification of the traffic coming onto your network, its frequency, and its latency between specific hops. This helps network administrators generate statistics based on real-time data. Wireshark is also a cross-platform tool that can be installed on Windows, Linux, and Mac systems to enable hackers in all ecosystems to monitor network traffic irrespective of the operating system. The development team is determined to maintain this level of freedom for their users in the foreseeable future. The next tool on our list is AirGarden, which is a part of the third phase of penetration testing. This is a multi-use bash script for Linux systems to hack and audit wireless networks like our everyday Wi-Fi router and its counterparts. Along with being able to launch denial of service attacks on compromised networks, this multi-purpose Wi-Fi hacking tool has very rich features which support multiple methods for Wi-Fi hacking, including multi-field WPS hacking modes, all-in-one WEP attack, handshake file capturing, evil twin attacks, pixie dust, and so much more. It usually needs an external network adapter that supports monitor mode, which is necessary to be able to capture wireless traffic traversing the air channels. Thanks to its open source nature, AirGarden can be used with multiple community plugins and add-ons, thereby increasing its effectiveness against a wide variety of routers, both in the 2.4 GHz band and 5 GHz band. The next tool is John the Ripper. John the Ripper is an open source password security auditing and password recovery tool available for many operating systems. John the Ripper Jumbo supports hundreds of hash and cipher types, including for user passwords of operating systems, web apps, groupware, database servers, network traffic captures, encrypted private keys, file systems, and document files. Some of the key features of the tool include offering multiple modes to speed up password cracking, automatically detecting the hashing algorithm used by the passwords, and the ease of running and configuring the tool, making it a password cracking script of choice for novices and professionals alike. It can use dictionary attacks along with regular brute forcing to speed up the process of cracking the correct password without wasting additional resources. The word list being used in this dictionary attacks can be used from the user's end, allowing for a completely customizable process. Now that we have covered the basics of Kali Linux, let us take a look at the agenda for our demo today. We start out with a few terminal commands that are a basic part of a Linux operating system. We configure our own proxy chains to maintain anonymity while running penetration testing attacks on our victims. Next, we run a few Nmap scans on a local Windows 10 machine to find out the type of information that can be gathered in such a scenario. Moving on, we use Wireshark to monitor internet traffic and understand the importance of encryption and security when browsing the World Wide Web. Next, we learn about Metasploit and its various applications in the line of vulnerability assessment of a device. And finally, we use Metasploit to take root access of a fully updated Windows 10 computer system. Let's begin with some terminal basics on Kali Linux. When most people hear the term Linux, they envision a complex operating system used only by programmers. However, the experience is not as frightening as it appears. Linux is an umbrella term for a collection of free and open source Unix operating systems. There are many variants like Ubuntu, Fedora, Debian. These are distributions, which will be a more precise term. When using a Linux operating system, you will most likely utilize a shell, which is a command line interface that provides access to the operating system services. The majority of Linux distributions ship with a graphical user interface, also known as GUI, as their primary shell. This is done to facilitate user interaction in the first place. Having said that, a command line interface is suggested due to its increased power and effectiveness. By entering the commands into the CLI, tasks that require a multi-step GUI procedure may be completed in a matter of seconds. We can start the terminal by clicking on the prompt icon here on top. Once the terminal is opened, we can put up our commands. The first command that we are going to look into is pwd. pwd stands for present working directory. As of right now, what you are seeing is the terminal window by default. If I write pwd and press enter, this shows the directory in which the terminal is being run on. As of right now, it's in the nf folder of my desktop, which is specifically this folder. If I open up this folder, you can see it is currently empty, as in it has no contents. If I use another command known as mkdir, which is supposed to stand for make directory, and I write nf2, shortage for new folder 2. If I open up the nf, you can see the new folder is created. This is how the pwd command works. Another important command to change directories, it's called the cd command. Let's say right now if I am in nf, I want to create a new file in nf2 folder or something else in the nf2 folder. I have to shift to cd nf2. Now if I write pwd, it will show the present working directory of home, Simplilearn, desktop, nf, and inside that I am in nf2 right now. It is done to navigate through the Linux files and directories. It requires either the full path or just the name of the directory. If we have to move a completely different folder on a completely different file, then we can use the entire path like this. For now, cd works. Another few commands is we can write cd ... and it will come back one folder. Now the pwd will be just nf and not nf2. Let's say we are in this folder and we want to go a different file. Let's say if we just go for cd home, Simplilearn. That's it. Right now, these are the folders in our current present working directory. We have the desktop, the documents, downloads, etc. From here, we can again go to the desktop using the same cd command, cross-check the changing of directories, and check the files again. And yes, there we go, nf. How do we know this? What are the commands that are used to show the files and folders? That folder is known as the ls command. ls can be used to view the contents of a directory. By default, this command will display the contents of your current working directory. If we add some other parameters, we can find the contents of other directories as well. There are some hidden files as well in Linux which cannot be showed just with ls. For example, if we just go to cd etc, which is a configuration folder for Linux, if we write ls now, these are the files that can be seen. If we want to see the hidden files, we'll have to add one more parameter here like ls-a, and as you can see, the number of files have increased this time around. There are other things as well that we can see with Linux. ls-al will show the hidden files along with some of the parameters and some of the permissions that has been provided for each file. As you can see, many of these files have root access. Some of them can write, some of them can read. It differs file to file, and the ls-al command is used to check each of these files' permission and change them accordingly if needed. The next command that we can look for is the cat command, or concatenate. It is one of the most frequently used commands, and it is used to list the contents of a file on the output. For example, let's say if I have a file at the desktop. In this nf2 folder, I will create a document, create an empty file, e file. I'll open up the document and I'll write it as hello Kali. I will save this up. Now, to change the directories from etc to nf2, we have already discussed how to use the cd command using just the folder name. Now, if we want to go to the entire directory, we can write cd home. As you can see, it is already prompting us to complete the name of the directory. At this point, we just have to press tab and it completes it for ourselves. Next, we already know we have to enter the desktop, nf and nf2. And this brings us to the current working directory. Here, if we press ls, we can find a file over here. Now, as discussed for the concatenate, it is used to show the contents of a file. So right now, if we press cat, which stands for concatenate, e-file. As you can see, we have written hello Kali in the text file, and we can see the output right now. We can also use it to create new files. For example, if we write cat, any file name such as e-file2. Here we can write anything. Hello Kali again. Once we press Ctrl C here, we can check e-file2 and we have hello Kali again printed over here. We can see the same using the concatenate command as well. If I press ls, you can see we have two files here, and I can go with cat e-file2 and I have hello Kali again. This is how the concatenate command works. Apart from this, it can be used to copy. There is a different command like called cp, which is used to copy the files from one place to another. Mind you, this is not moving. This is only going to copy the command. For example, currently our pwd, which is the present working directory, is in the nf2 folder, as you can see over here. Let's copy the e-file2 to the nf folder. We can write cp e-file2 and give the path of the nf folder, which will be home, Simplilearn, desktop, and nf. Now if I press ls, I'll find both the files in nf2 since I copied. To go back to the nf folder again, we can again use the same command of we can again use the home, Simplilearn, desktop, and just nf. No nf2 this time, just nf. As you can see, this will change back our present working directory. Now when we press ls, we will find the e-file2 file and the nf2 folder, and we can confirm this using the GUI as well. This is the nf folder, and you can see the nf2 folder and the e-file2 document. If I write cat e-file2, we can see the contents of the file. Now this can be done using moving as well. For example, if I go to cd nf2, which is the inside folder, it has both the document files like e-file and e-file2. Let's say I want to move the e-file completely from nf2 to nf1. Instead of writing cp, the command I'm going to use is mv e-file, and again give the path of the folder into which I have to copy, which will be again home, Simplilearn, desktop, and nf. As you can see, the contents of the nf2 have appeared here, and e-file has been moved from nf2 to nf. This is the nf2, and we don't find e-file here anymore. if we press cd dot dot and we go back to nf ls right now, and we can find both the files, e file that we moved and e file 2 that we copied from the nf2 folder. So this is how copying and moving will work using the terminal. Now this is just a simple one-line statement that might take a couple of clicks when using GUI. This is why the command line interface is considered to be much more streamlined for Linux operating systems. Another very important command for Linux operating system is the sudo command. Sudo is short for super user do. The command enables you to perform tasks that require administrative or root permissions. You can think of it as how we run programs as administrator on Windows systems. It is not advisable to use this command for daily use because it might be easy for an error to occur, and the permissions of root are very intricate. So new beginners are advised to use the sudo command only when absolutely necessary. For example, sudo su. With this command, I am giving this terminal a root permission. This su stands for this user. At this point, it's going to ask for my admin password. Once I enter my password, and I now have root access. Note how the password that I entered did not show up here. This is a security measure to prevent people from snooping on your root password, which is the end game of all this operating system. As you also can see, the symbol changed. If the dollar symbol is showing, it shows as a standard user. When you switch to root, you can easily see a hash symbol. This opens up a separate shell inside this terminal command. For example, we can exit out of the root user to the standard user using the command exit. And once again, we have the dollar sign and the root has vanished over here. There are some commands that will only work with administrative access. For example, when updating the Kali Linux system, we have to use apt update. As you can see, it says problem unlinking the file because permission denied. Now let's try this using sudo apt update. As you can see, it is updating the package repositories which work as the software installed on the system. This can be done using either writing the sudo command every time we want to perform a root access, or we can just write sudo su once and write apt update alone. The fetching is complete over here. For the second example, let's say I just write sudo su, and this time it's not going to ask me the password because at this current terminal process, I've already provided the root password once and it is in memory right now. Now, when we used to update the system, we had to write sudo apt update. That was because we were running it as a standard user. Now we are running it as a root user. So all we have to write is apt update and it's going to continue its work. There you go. Another command that can be useful is the ping command. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's going to be checking the internet connectivity. It can be used to check internet connectivity, or you can see if there is a local server on your system which needs to be pinged, then you can check that. For example, if we have to write ping, and we can use either IP address or domain. Let's say if we want to check that if we can access google.com using this Kali Linux installation or not, we can write ping google.com. And you can see it shows the bytes being sent and received and how much time it took to take up the request. This can be done for local systems as well. For example, this installation of Kali Linux is being run on a virtual machine. Once this machine is running, I still have my host machine running over here, the IP address of which is 192.168.29.179. If I try to ping this from here, as you can see, the time to complete the request is drastically low compared to a website on the internet, considering this is on the local network. This is how the ping command is worked, and it can show you what kind of packages are transmitted, how many are received, if there was any kind of packet loss between the connection window, and other details. A very important command when working with the terminal for a long duration is the history command. Pretty self-explanatory. There are so many commands that are being run. Sometimes people forget what was the change they did or what was the directory name they put. A history command helps to recover some of the commands that you have written. It doesn't go all the way back, but it takes up many commands that were inputted in the last few processes. This is how the history command works. These are some of the most commonly used terminal commands. If you want to learn more about this terminal and every other feature of this, please let us know in the comment section, and we'll try to make an in-depth tutorial, especially if you could repeat. If you want to learn more about the terminal, please let us know in the comment section, and we will try to make an in-depth tutorial specifically for terminal commands on Linux. Moving on, we learn how to configure proxy chains on our system. Proxying refers to the technique of bouncing your internet traffic through multiple machines to hide the identity of the original machine. It is a good tool that hackers use to accomplish this goal is proxy chains. Essentially, you can use proxy chains to run any program to a proxy server. This will allow you to access internet from behind a restrictive firewall which hides your IP address. Proxy chains even allows you to use multiple proxies at once by chaining them together. One of the most important reasons that proxy chains is used in a security context is that it's easy to evade detection. Attackers often use proxies to hide their true identities while executing an attack. And when multiple proxies are chained together, it becomes harder and harder for a forensic professional to trace the traffic back to the original machine. When these proxies are located across countries, investigators would have to obtain warranties in the local jurisdictions where every proxy is located. To see how proxy chain works, let's open Firefox first and check our current IP address. Write Firefox, and there we go. As we can see, Firefox is now open. Let's check our current IP address right now. If we go to an address called myip.com, and you can see it easily detects our country is in India, and this is a public IP address. Now, if we move to the terminal again, here we can now write proxy chains -h. What this -h does is it finds a help. It stands for the help file. This is for help file. What we found out using this is proxy chains has a config file here, etc proxychains4.conf. This is the config file found. Using this config file, we can customize how our proxy chain should work. If we want to open that, we have to use it in a text editor. On Windows, we have Notepad and other things like that, Microsoft Word to edit documents. On Linux, we have a tool called Nano. To access the Nano, we use the command nano and give the path of the file that we want to check. As of right now, the proxy chains config file is located over here. So we're going to follow the path there. chains4.conf. And here we go. We see the config file. There are three basic types of proxy chaining here. We have a strict chain where all the proxy in the list will be used and they will be chained in order. We have a random chain where each connection made through proxy chains will be done by a random combo of proxies in the proxy list. When you have dynamic chain, it's the same as strict chain, but dead proxies are excluded from the chain. And here we can set up whichever type we want. To enable or disable a particular type, we use the hash symbol here. As you can see right now, all the lines have a hashtag symbol at the front, except this one, a dynamic chain. This is the current one being used. Let's say if I want to use a strict chain method, so I can add a hash value here and remove the hash here. At one point of time, any one of these 3-4 types should be enabled. Let's go for the dynamic chain. We can disable this strict chain by putting the hashtag in front and removing the dynamic chain. As you can see below, we have few commands to how to handle the nano text editor. This symbol is known as the control button on your keyboard. Now if we want to write out, which is synonymous to saving the file, supposed to go with Control O. So if I press Control O on my keyboard, it says file name to write, and we have to press enter here since we want to overwrite the proxy chains 4.conf file. We don't want to create a new file over here. So just press enter and we get a permission denied. This permission denied we're getting is because we have opened this using a standard user. etc is a system folder. To be able to make some changes, we have to use it using a sudo command. To exit this nano, we have to use the Control X command. We use Control X. We're going to clear, and this time we're going to use the sudo command. Sudo nano etc proxy chains 4.conf, and we have the same file open up again. Now this time if we want to make a change, let's say we're going to add a strict chain instead of a dynamic chain, we remove the hashtag from strict. We're going to use Control O for the save file option. We're going to press enter and it says wrote 160 lines. Again, if you want to reverse this change, we put the hashtag over here, enable dynamic chain, we press Control O, press enter, and it says wrote 160 lines. Now we can exit straight away using the Control X format. Right now we have not provided any file or a proxy chain. We can have proxy IP addresses from the internet, but we have to make sure that they are safe and they don't snoop on our data. When there is no proxy chains being provided personally, it's going to use the Tor network, but for that we have to start Tor. Tor is a service in Linux. To know more about this Tor, we can write sudo systemctl, which is used to know the status of services on the Linux operating system, and status of Tor. Systemctl, sorry, as instead of stl, it should be systemctl status Tor. As you can see, it is a Tor service, anonymizing overlay network for TCP connections, and it's currently inactive. Now to start this up, we have to write sudo systemctl start Tor. Now if we repeat the same sudo systemctl status Tor, as you can see, it's active now. You can see the green logo over here. Okay. To integrate the Firefox and the browser, we can use the proxy chains command directly over here. We can write proxy chains. We can use Firefox to launch our web browser, and let's say if we want to visit google.com. We press enter and the Firefox window is launched, and it should open up google.com next. And there we go. If we go to myip.com once again, as you can see, we have a different IP address and the country is unknown as well. So this is how we can use proxy chains to anonymize internet usage when using Kali Linux. Next on our agenda is the ability to scan networks using Nmap. At its core, Nmap is a network scanning tool that uses IP packets to identify all the devices connected to a network. You can learn more about Nmap using their help file. As you can see, these are some of the parameters that can be used when scanning ports of a system. You can see the version and the URL of the service over here. The primary uses of Nmap can be broken into three core processes. First, the program gives you detailed information on every IP active on your network, and then each IP can then be scanned. Secondly, it can also be used to providing a lot of live hosts and open ports, as well as identifying the OS of every connected device. Thirdly, Nmap has also become a valuable tool for users looking to protect personal and business websites. Using Nmap to scan your own web server, particularly if you're hosting your website from home, is essentially simulating the process that a hacker would use to attack your site. Attacking your own site in this way is a powerful way of identifying security vulnerabilities. As we already discussed, the host Windows 10 machine on this system has an IP address of 192.168.29.179. If you want to test the OS scan of the system, we're going to first get the root permission over here. We use the sudo command, and now we are a root user. We're going to launch the command nmap -o, which is supposed to be an OS detection scan. The IP address we can use of the host system 192.168.29.179. In a legitimate penetration testing scenario, we can use the IP address of the vulnerable device over here. We are going to let it scan for a while, and it's going to give us some guesses on what can the OS be. As you can see, the scan is done, and it has shown some of the ports that are open. You can see the MSRPC port open, the HTTPS 443 port open, which is used to connect to the internet, and it has some aggressive OS guesses as well. For example, it thinks there's a 90%, 94% chance that it's going to be a Microsoft Windows XP Service Pack 3. That's partly because a lot of the Windows XP update packages are still prevalent on Windows. Now that the OS detection is confirmed, there are multiple more details that we can gather from nmap. Let's go with the nmap -a command, which is supposed to capture as much data as possible. There is also a speed setting. You can call it a speed setting or a control setting of the -t. -t ranges from T0 to T1 to T2 all the way up to T5. This basically determines how aggressively the victim is being scanned. If you scan slowly, it will take more time to provide the results, but it will also give a less chance for the intrusion detection system on the vulnerable machine firewall to detect that someone is trying to penetrate the network. For now, if we want to go with somewhat of a high speed, we can go with the T4 and provide the same IP address of the local machine I am trying to attack. It's going to take a little bit of time since it's trying to capture a lot of information. As you can see, the results are now here. It launched a scan and took a few top ports that are most likely vulnerable from a Windows XP perspective, and it showed a few ports over here. It has not shown 991 filtered ports, which could not be attacked anyway since they were closed for outside access. It shows a few fingerprint settings like the connection policies and the port details. It shows an HTTP options, some other intricate details that can be used when you attacking its servers. It shows a VMware version that it's running and some few other ports over here. Apart from that, we also have the aggressive OS guesses over here, just like we did with the -o, and you can see this time it is showing Windows 7 as 98%. No exact OS matches, since if there was any exact OS matches, we could have seen 100% chances over here. This is a trace route. A trace route will be the time and the path a connection request takes from the source to the destination. For example, this request went from 192.168.72.2 to a destination address. Since this is a local machine, it took only a single step. On multiple occasions, if you're trying to access a remote system, it's going to be a number of trace routes when it jumps from firewall to firewall and router to router. This is how we can use nmap to find information about a system and find some vulnerable ports we can access. Moving on, we have a tutorial on how to use Wireshark to sniff network traffic. To start using Wireshark, we're going to have to open the application first. Now, during installation of Wireshark, there is an option to enable if non-root users can be able to capture traffic or not. In my installation, I have disabled that, so I will be launching Wireshark when using the root user itself. Also, to capture data, we need an external Wi-Fi adapter. You can see it over here in the VM tab, Removable Devices, RE-Link 802.1 and WLAN. This is an external Wi-Fi adapter which is inserted into my USB system. You can see it over here. If I write iwconfig, this is the one, WLAN 0. This is absolutely necessary because we need to have a monitor mode required. We won't need it for sniffing data on Wireshark right now, but it's going to be necessary later on in this tutorial as well, as we will see. For now, we can just start up Wireshark by writing its name on the command line, and it should start the program. Here we go. Here it's going to check which of the adapters we want to use. For example, right now the ETH0, which is supposed to stand for Ethernet 0 port, you can see data is being transmitted up and down. We're going to select ETH0. And we have started capturing data. You can see the data request from the source to destination, from the time and which protocol it is following, everything we can see, and we can see the IPv4 flags here as well, as you can see over here. To capture internet traffic, we can try running Firefox. If we just write wikipedia.com, and you can see the number of requests increasing. Okay, this is spelling mistake. Wikipedia. Here you can see the application data of all these requests going up, and they're connected to a destination server of 102.166.224. Now even if we check the transmission control protocol flags over here and so many more things, we cannot find anything beneficial. As you can see, the information over here is gibberish, which is supposed to be, since it's supposed to be encrypted. Now this is possible due to this being an HTTPS website, hence you can see the log symbol over here, and connection is supposed to be secure. Now what about HTTP ports? We have seen many people recommend to not visit HTTP ports. Repeat. We have seen many people recommend to not visit HTTP websites, and even if we have to visit, to not provide any critical information. For example, let's go to a random HTTP page over here. As you can see, this is saying connection is not secure, and this is an HTTP page and not HTTPS. Now let's check for some of the information that is passing through this. This is a login form. Let's say I have a legitimate account over here. If I write my account name, and my password is supposed to be password 1234, I press login, and the password does not match because I do not have an account over here. But let's say I did, and I was logged in as expected. We can go to Wireshark. We can use filters over here. Now all the requests that I'm sending, it's a TCP request, so I can write a filter containing TCP contains whatever string if it is being passed. Let's say for the end username, I write my account name. So I can just write my account name over here and press enter to find a request over here. Now as you can see, there are many flags over here. If we go to the HTML form URL encoded and open up some of its flags, as you can see, I can see my account name and Simplilearn password over here. This is the same details that I input on the website. Let's say I did have a legitimate account on this website. I would have logged in with no problems, but anyone who would be using Wireshark to sniff on their data can easily get my credentials from here. This is why it's recommended to not provide any information on HTTP pages. The security is not up to the mark, and always look for the lock symbol when visiting any website or making any internet transactions or providing any information. This is how we can use Wireshark to detect transmission and sniff packet data that is being transferred to the network adapter. Next, we have to learn about what is Metasploit. The Metasploit project is a computer security project that provides information about security vulnerabilities and aids in penetration testing and IDS development. We can open up the terminal here. We're going to allow root access, And to open up Metasploit, the keyword is MSF console. It's going to take a little bit of time to start it up. Now the Metasploit console has been loaded. From here, we can decide what type of attack we want to launch and what kind of exploits we can launch against vulnerable targets. For example, like we had already discussed, I'm running this virtual machine on a Windows 10 host machine. So if I open the command prompt from my Windows 10 over here, if I need to check the IP address once, I go with ipconfig. Here you can see the IP address of this local machine. Moving on, if we have to attack that machine, let's say we want to see what kind of exploits are going to work over there. Now we already know that Windows has some common vulnerabilities. One of those vulnerabilities is the HTA server vulnerability. HTA is supposed to be a HTML application, but when passed the right payload, it can be used to open a backdoor into a system. To start off with the Metasploit and accessing such applications, we're going to use the command use exploit, and the name of the reverse HTA server is this: Windows MISC for miscellaneous HTA server. As you can see, it already found this one. Alright, now there are some options that we need to set for this exploit to go through. For example, you can see some of the options over here. There is the payload. The payload is supposed to be the malicious file that we are going to send on the HTML application, which allows us to give the backdoor. For example, right now the payload, which is the malicious file, is a Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. Completely understandable. Now let's set the L host. L host and R host and SRV host should be the one where we are going to launch the attack from. For example, if we launched another tab of this console and we just press ifconfig, the IP address is 192.168.72.130. So we're going to set the L host as 192.168.72.130, and we're going to do the same thing with SRV host. We're going to set a port where we need to capture the backdoor access. Next, the payload has already been set. This payload will launch a backdoor and give us Meterpreter access to the system. Meterpreter can be considered as an upgrade of a normal command prompt shell. We will look into it once we get the access in the first place. Now that we have set the commands, we can press on exploit and press enter. Now you can see we have a URL over here. We're going to copy this URL Once the URL is copied, we take it into the browser and paste it. This will ask us to download this file. Now, as per browser security settings, this file should be blocked by default. We can decide to keep it, and with the correct formulation of this malicious package, even the website browser antivirus softwares will not be able to detect good payloads. We're going to save this file and we're going to open it. Publisher could not be verified. If we press run and we go back to our Meterpreter access over here, you can see it has already captured a URL of an HTTP server and it is writing delivering payload. Just have to wait for a few seconds till the payload is delivered. It has sent this much amount of data. Meterpreter session 1 is opened and we should get the access soon. There we go. Now, to understand where is the session set, we can write sessions -i. As you can see, it has a Meterpreter over here. We're going to write sessions -i. The session ID is 1, so we're going to write 1. And we have the Meterpreter access. Now, to get a fair idea of the system, we're going to write sysinfo, and it's going to the computer name, the OS, architecture, all these things. We can write the help command to see what are the things that we can get out of the system. We can take screenshots, we can control the webcam and start a video chat. We can take a lot of things over here. There are other commands as well where we can change the file directory, like the cat command, cd command. There are so many things that work in the normal CMD which we can run on the Meterpreter as well. Now if we want to access this command prompt of the system directly, we can go with this. We have to write shell, and there we go. We are in the downloads folder right now. To see if this is the same computer or not, we're going to write ipconfig. As you can see, it is our victim machine with 192.168.29.171. We can just press exit and we're back with the Meterpreter access. This is how we can use Meterpreter and Metasploit to gain access to a Windows 10 machine. Next, let's take a look at how we can get root access from a Windows 10 system. We just learned how we can get a Meterpreter access from a system. We can background this Meterpreter session by writing background and pressing enter. We can still see the sessions -i. It's still present over here. Now, these kind of access are not administrative access. These are the kind of backdoors that can be created for standard users. But to get a complete access of a system, including the program files, the Windows documents, we need to have root access or administrative access. To do that, we're going to use another exploit. Reminder that the Meterpreter session of the standard access is already present and we're not messing with it right now. We're going to set up another session, albeit with the same machine. That exploit name is use exploit Windows local bypass UAC event viewer. And there we go. Now, if we check the options that we can put in the system, we have to choose an exploit target. We need to put a session as well. Let's say we're going to use the session 1. This is the session that has the Meterpreter access with the standard user. It doesn't have the system user. We're going to write set session 1 and we're going to run exploit. Run a few commands and it opened a second Meterpreter session. As you can see, it is the session 2. If I write sysinfo, you can still see I'm not the system user right now. I'm still just a normal user. How can we check that? If you go to shell, I can still see user Shinabi downloads, all these things. If I press exit, go back to the Meterpreter. There is a command on Meterpreter, get system. It attempts to elevate your privilege to that of the local system, which basically means you get promoted into root access. So if we write get system, and due to pipe impersonation, we now have the system root access. As you can see, now it has become x64 and we are the admin users. Now if I go to shell, I can easily go back, Windows, and I can easily access these things. This kind of control over the Windows folders and the program files folders, these kind of things are not possible if you are not an admin access or the command prompt has not been run with admin permissions. This is how we can use privilege escalation to get into an admin access system. We use the second exploit, which was the bypass UAC event viewer exploit, and essentially used it with the first session. As you can read here, Windows escalation UAC protection bypass. It was first disclosed on 2016, but it still works on some systems. This is how we can get root access on a Windows 10 installation. Hope you learned something new today. Professionals in security testing, penetration testing, and ethical hacking utilize Linux as their preferred operating system. It provides several configurable distributions that you may configure based on your end use. Kali Linux and Parrot OS are two popular penetration testing distributions. While these operating systems each have unique offerings, the overall choice can differ between personnel thanks to their various tools and hardware specifications. Today we will look at both these distributions and settle on the perfect choice for each type of user. Let's go through the agenda for this video. We will learn about Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS from scratch, while understanding their primary selling points as a Linux distribution catered towards penetration testers. Next, we know about some features of these operating systems that stand out of their package. Finally, we directly compare Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS, thereby making a clear-cut conclusion on which OS is perfect on a per-requirement basis. So let's start by learning about Kali Linux from a ground level. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multi-platform solution, accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and a stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali Linux desktop. While the operating system can practically modify every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali Linux come disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a more profound element of security control to the most enthusiastic of users. Now, let's take a look at Parrot Security operating system. Parrot Security OS is a Debian-based Linux distribution with an emphasis on security, privacy, and development. It is built on the Debian's testing branch and uses a custom-hardened Linux kernel. Parrot Security contains several hundred tools targeted towards tasks such as penetration testing, computer forensics, reverse engineering, and security research. It is seen as a generally lightweight distribution that can work under rigorous hardware and software specifications. It features a distinct forensics mode that does not mount any of the system's hard disks or partitions and has no influence on the host system, making it much more stealthy than its regular occurrence. This mode is used on the host system to execute forensic procedures. A rolling release is a paradigm in which software upgrades are rolled out constantly rather than in batches of versions in software development. This ensures that the software is constantly up to date. A rolling release distribution such as Parrot Security OS follows the same concept. It provides the most recent Linux kernel and software versions as soon as they become available. With the basic introduction to the operating systems out of the way, let us take a look at the unique features of both Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS. The latest version of Kali Linux comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a significant number of tools that either simply did not work or duplicated other tools that provided the same and similar functionality. The Kali Linux team comprises a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets dramatically reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes proper multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in the native language and locate the tools they need for their job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a strong hold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more prevalent and inexpensive, The development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distribution, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. Let's take a look at some of the features of Parrot Security operating system now. Along with a giant catalog of scripts, Parrot Security OS has its own hardened Linux kernel modified explicitly to provide as much security and resistance to hackers as possible in the first line of defense. The configurations in the operating system act as the second gateway, taking care of malicious requests and dropping them off. This is particularly beneficial since should there be a scenario where the latest Linux kernel is causing some particular issue, the Parrot OS development team will most likely iron it out first before passing it on as an update. If the custom hardened kernel wasn't reason enough, Parrot Security developers managed to install more hacking tools and scripts to ensure a smooth transition for the Kali Linux users. All the tools you find in Kali are present in Parrot OS and a few extra ones for good measure. And this has been achieved while keeping roughly the same operating system size between both of them. However, it's not all productivity points for Parrot OS. They provide a choice between two different desktop environments, Mate, which comes pre-installed by default, and KDE. For those unfamiliar with Linux terminology, you can think of desktop environments as the main UI for a distribution. Being highly modular in nature, one can use Parrot Security OS while adding another desktop environment that they find appealing. While Kali Linux has only a single option, Parrot Security has provided two optimized builds with Mate Desktop and KDE Desktop. One of the primary advantages of Parrot OS over Kali Linux is that it's relatively lightweight. This implies that it takes significantly less disk space and computing power to function correctly, with as little as 320 MB of RAM required. In reality, Parrot OS is designed to operate successfully off a USB stick, but Kali Linux does not work well from a USB drive and is generally installed in a virtual machine. Parrot OS is more of a niche distribution if you're searching for something lighter than Kali Linux. Features are great, but what about performance? Real-world metrics. Let us compare both these operating systems directly with respect to their hardware specifications and usability. In the end, we can decide on what distribution is fit for each type of user. For our first point of comparison, let's take a look at the RAM required. For optimum performance of the operating system, which is highly essential when trying to crack hashes or something of similar nature, RAM usage is a very important facet. While Kali Linux demands at least 1 GB of RAM, Parrot Security can operate optimally with a minimum of 320 MB of RAM. For correctly displaying graphical elements, Kali Linux requires GPU-based acceleration, while this is not the case with Parrot Security OS, which doesn't require any graphical acceleration needed from the user side. Once these operating systems are installed on VMware using their live boot ISOs, they take up a minimum amount of hard disk storage. Both of these operating systems have a recommended disk storage of minimum of 20 GB in Kali Linux and a minimum of 15 GB in Parrot Security, so they can install all the tools necessary in the ISO file. When it comes to the category and the selection of tools, Kali Linux has always been the first in securing every single tool available for hackers in the penetration testing industry. Parrot Security, on the other hand, has managed to take it up a notch. While specializing in wireless pen testing, Parrot Security makes it a point that all the tools that Kali Linux provides has been included in the ISO, while simultaneously adding some extra tools that many users will have to install from third-party sources in Kali Linux. Being a decade-old penetration testing distribution, Kali Linux has formed up a very big community with strong support signature. Parrot Security, on the other hand, is still growing, and it is garnering much more interest among veteran penetration testers, and ethical hackers. A primary drawback of Kali Linux is the extensive hardware requirement. To perform optimally, it requires higher memory than Parrot Security. It also needs graphical acceleration while demanding more virtual hard disk storage. Parrot Security, on the other hand, was initially designed to run off a USB drive directly, thereby requiring very minimal requirements from a hardware perspective, like just 320 MB of RAM and no graphical acceleration needed. This means Parrot Security is much more feasible for people who are not able to devote massive resources to either their virtual machine or on their laptop hard disk directly. With the comparison done between both of these operating systems, let's take a look at the type of users both of these are catered to. One can go with Kali Linux if they want the extensive community support offered by its users, if they want to go with a trusted development team that have been working on this distribution since many years, if they have a powerful system which can run Kali Linux optimally without having to bottleneck performance, and if they are comfortable with a semi-professional environment which may or may not be very useful for new beginners. One can decide to go with Parrot Security if they want to go with a very lightweight and lean distribution that can run pretty much on all systems. It also has a lot of tools pre-installed, and some of them are not even present on Kali Linux. It is much more suitable for underpowered rigs where users do not have a lot of hardware resources to provide to the operating system, and thereby it is much more feasible for people with underpowered laptops or no graphical acceleration. Compared to Kali Linux, Parrot Security's desktop environment is also relatively easier to use for new beginners. For people who are just getting into ethical hacking, Parrot Security does a relatively better job of introducing them to the operating system and to the various tools without having to dump them into the entire intricacies.
Hey everyone, today we will explore the world of cybersecurity with Hacker GPT, a specialized version of ChatGPT designed for ethical hacking and cybersecurity. In a digital landscape where cyber attacks occur every 39 seconds, causing billions in damages annually, Hacker GPT provides the essential tools and knowledge to defend against these threats. So Hacker GPT offers guidance on a wide range of topics including security practices, ethical hacking techniques, and scripting for system security. Cybercrime damages are expected to reach $6 trillion annually, making it a major challenge for organizations. And if we talk about some of the breaches, so in 2020, over 36 billion records were exposed due to data breaches. And the infamous Equifax breach of 2017, where 147 million people's information was compromised, highlights the importance of regular security assessments and vulnerability management. These are the areas where Hacker GPT excels, and Hacker GPT strictly adheres to ethical guidelines, refusing to assist with any unethical or illegal queries. So our commitment is to provide guidance that adheres to legal and professional standards, helping you become a responsible cybersecurity professional. So guys, let's get started with Hacker GPT that equip you with the knowledge and skills to defend against cyber threats ethically and effectively. So guys, this is ChatGPT and this is the paid version of ChatGPT 4.0. And what I was telling you is this is the Explore GPT section. So here you can find all the GPTs that are created by ChatGPT, OpenAI, or the individuals, or you can find the companies who have created GPTs. So you can find these are the recently used, and this is the most used Hacker GPT. You can find other GPTs also, that is Hacker GPT, and you could see that, and they have been used by 5,000 plus users, and this have been used by 10,000 plus users. So you can just search for Ethical Hacker GPT here, and it has been rated 4.5 stars, 10,000 plus conversations, and these are the conversation starters if you need any assistance. And the capabilities you can see here, and the ratings given by users, and more by the creator who has created this. So we'll start with this. We'll start the chat here, and I want to tell you guys that ChatGPT doesn't answer non-ethical questions. So if you try to extract that information from ChatGPT, that won't be possible. But we can do a bit, like we can cross a bit line with Ethical Hacker GPT, but that should be used for ethical purposes only. So I will show you guys how you can utilize this GPT, and One more thing guys, if you want to create your own GPT, you can also create that also. You can go to Explore GPT section, and here's the create option. Click on create, and here you can start creating your GPT. If you click on configure, you can write the name of your GPT, description, instructions, and the conversation starters as you just saw with the Hacker GPT, Ethical Hacker GPT, and the capabilities what you want to be enabled. You can do that. And here in the create section, you could write the prompts here, and it will take that information and use it for more purposes. And here you could attach more files that could help create your GPT. Okay guys, so here you could see the configuration and the preview of your GPT, and you can finalize that. So moving back, we'll get back to Ethical Hacker GPT and start with our conversation with him. So starting with, the first thing we can do is we can ask him like, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? So if I tell you guys, performing a basic security assessment on a web application is crucial for identifying vulnerabilities and ensuring the application is secure. And this process involves using various tools and techniques to test the application for common security issues. So you could ask him that, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? And just wait for a few seconds, and you could have the response from Ethical Hacker GPT. So you could see that performing a basic security assessment on a web application involves several key steps, and these are the key steps. Number one is preparation and information gathering. And how you can do that, these are the steps: identify the scope, gather information. Then is the second step, that is reconnaissance, and you can use the tools Burpsuit, Nikto, and others. Similarly, you could see all the steps here. So I won't be guiding, or I won't be reading what responses are generated by Ethical Hacker GPT. I have used that, and he provides very accurate, like I would say around 95 to 96% accurate results. Here I want to show you guys how you can utilize it. So I will show you prompts and what things you can ask him. So this was all about, repeat. So this was about the general security thing. Now we'll move to ethical hacking, and we can ask him how we can perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment. So these are the prompts that you can write. That would be, how do I perform a SQL injection attack, and that too ethically. If you write this, that would be good on a test environment. And if I tell you guys, so SQL injection is one of the most common web application vulnerabilities, and understanding how to perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment can help you identify and mitigate this risk in your own applications. And you could see he has responded, and he has provided you the steps that you can set up a controlled test environment first thing, then preparation, and you could use these tools. Then you have the manual SQL injection testing. So these are the methods that you could use, that is or 1 equal to 1 for the database, and automated SQL injection testing. So this is the command for that, and you could verify vulnerability, documentation, reporting. So you could see that this GPT is capable of answering the basic questions, as we have discussed the basics question till now. Now we'll move to scripting and automation. So here you could see how he respond to this. So we'll ask him, can you provide a Python script to scan open ports on a network? So let's see what he provides. Provide a Python script, and that too to scan ports on a network. So scanning open ports on a network is a fundamental step in identifying potential vulnerabilities, and a Python script that can automate this process, making it easier to regularly check for open ports and secure them. So this is the Python script. You can use any ID and run on that, and you could see that he's explaining the code also. Yeah, you can ask him like, can you explain the code line by line, and this Hacker GPT will do that for you. And how to run the script, that also he has provided you. And similarly, we can also ask him that how we can write a bash script to monitor and log unauthorized login attempts. And if you want, I can also run this prompt. How do I write a bash script, and that too to monitor and log unauthorized access, unauthorized login attempts. So we can monitor and log unauthorized login attempts, and that would be essential for maintaining the security of your system. So as you can see, he has written a bash script, and that can help you automate this process, and this will provide real-time alerts and logs for further analysis. And you could see that he's providing the explanation and how you can run the script, and he's writing the note also. Like, you can write more prompts if you have any doubts in any of the script or any of the responses that Hacker GPT has responded, and he will definitely provide you with good responses. So now moving on, now we'll ask this Ethical Hacker GPT about some specific security tools, and we could ask him about burp suit. And so let's write a prompt. Can you explain how to configure and use burp suit? Or we can write for web application testing. So if I sum you up, so burp suit is a powerful tool for web application security testing, and understanding how to configure and use it effectively can help you identify and address a wide range of security vulnerabilities in your applications. So you could see he has provided the initial steps, that would be downloading and installing burp suit, configuring your browser to use burp suit as a proxy, and then intercept and inspect traffic, and then you can use it for testing purpose, logging and reporting, and tips for effective testing. So this is the response for the security tools. And if we talk about incident response, we can ask him to write a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So collecting system logs is a critical part of incident response and forensic analysis, and this script can automate processes that can ensure that you have all the necessary data to investigate security incidents effectively. So if I write here, we can ask this Hacker GPT, and I'm sure he will provide the response for that and write the script. So can you provide a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis? So as I told you, this is the critical part of incident response, and we have covered about the tools, that is burp suit. We have asked him about the automation process, general cybersecurity question, ethical hacking, that would be SQL injection attack, and the Python script to scan open ports on a network. So he can write scripts also, automation tasks, and he could respond with the general cybersecurity questions also. And if you see here, for the incident response, he has written the script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So I won't be explaining this code, as we're just looking for the prompts that we can give to Ethical Hacker GPT. If you want, you could just ask him also that explain this code line by line. And here he has mentioned also the explanation, that is directories and files to collect. And after that, he is collecting the logs, and that will be copied in the directory, that is, he has mentioned it, a variable, that is output directory. Archiving logs, cleanup, and how to run the script. So this was about the incident response. Now we'll move to some advanced topics, and in advanced topics, what we can ask him is how to perform a man-in-the-middle attack in a controlled environment. And remember these, that you have to mention some of the keywords that would be in a controlled environment, and for that thing only he will respond or provide the response to you. So I will start here, that how do I perform a man in the middle attack in a controlled environment. So if you understand man in the middle attack that works in a controlled environment, this can help you develop better defenses against such attacks. And it's important to learn and practice these techniques ethically. So you can see here that he is providing the prerequisites and the step-by-step guide how you can conduct a man-in-the-middle attack. So first is set up the control environment, then install necessary tools, enable IP forwarding, perform ARP spoofing, and then capture and analyze traffic, clean up and restore the network, and conclusion. So you could just follow up with more prompts that I want more information about setting up the control environment. Just write this prompt and this ethical hacker GPT will provide more responses to you. So he will provide you how you can set up the control environment. So now moving on, we will ask some more prompts, and that could be about the reverse engineering. So we could ask him that, can you explain the processes of reverse engineering a malware sample? Or we can also ask about honeypot to detect malicious activity. That could be, how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? Or what are the techniques for securing a Docker container? So we'll ask him one prompt here. Let's see what he responds to that. So how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? So you could see that he has started responding to that. And if I tell you the sum, so a honeypot is a security mechanism set to detect, deflect, or in mechanism to some manner, and it counteract attempts at unauthorized use of information systems. Implementing a honeypot can help you monitor and understand attack patterns. And this is the step-by-step guide to implement a honeypot. You can choose the type of honeypot, prepare your environment, install and configure the honeypot software, and these are all the commands how you can configure it. Then you can monitor and analyze the honeypot and regular maintenance and updates. And this is the simple honeypot using honeyd. You could install that and run these commands. So with that, guys, and in the last we will also cover cybersecurity policies and compliance. So he could also answer to those prompts also, that you can ask him that what should be included in a company's cybersecurity policy, and you could mention which type of company you are running. So I will ask him that, so you could ask him that what should be included in a edtech company's cybersecurity policy. So let's see. So you could see here that creating a comprehensive security policy for an edtech company involves adding various aspects, and that would be introduction. First is the purpose for cybersecurity policy, scope, roles and responsibilities, data protection and privacy, network security, application security, user security awareness and training, incident response and management, compliance and legal requirements, physical security, device and endpoint security. So similarly, you could ask him that draft me the company's cybersecurity policy and start with the introduction. So he will provide you all the introduction points, and then you can ask him that draft roles and responsibilities. He will draft that also. So you could like break it into parts and ask the ethical hacker GPT, and he will respond to you, as it has some limitations of some words and some of the responses. So you could ask him in the breaking parts and he will respond to you.
Hey there learners, welcome to Simplilearn. Today we will see the starting journey in cybersecurity that is super exciting but can be a bit daunting. So to help you out, we are going to talk about some common mistakes that beginners often make and how you can avoid them. If you're just getting started or looking to improve your skills, this guide will set you on the right path. So let's dive in and make sure your cybersecurity career gets off to a strong start. So let's get started, and we'll see the worst beginner cybersecurity mistakes everyone makes. And we'll start with the number one point, that is ignoring basics. So many beginners rush into advanced topics without mastering the basics, which can lead to confusion and frustration later on. It's essential to build a strong foundation before diving into complex subjects. If we talk about number one is understanding networking. Networking is the backbone of cybersecurity. Learn how data travels across networks, different types of networks like LAN and WAN, and basic networking protocols. Knowing how network protocol functions help you understand how attacks occur and how to defend against them. Then comes mastering operating systems. So operating systems are another critical area. Whether it's Windows, Linux or Mac OS, you need to know how different OS work and learn about file systems, user management, and basic command line skills. So this knowledge is crucial for tasks like malware analysis and system hardening. Then comes the basic coding skills. So coding is an invaluable skill in cybersecurity. You can start with a simple language like Python and learn how to write scripts to automate tasks, analyze data, and understand the logic behind software vulnerabilities. So basic coding skills will help you comprehend how attacks are carried out and how to develop countermeasures. So taking the time to master these basics will make advanced topics much easier to understand and will set a solid foundation for your career in cybersecurity. So remember, it's a journey and starting with the basics will ensure you build strong, lasting knowledge. Now we'll come to number second point, that is skipping hands-on practice. So this is also one of the cybersecurity mistakes that beginners make. Cybersecurity isn't just about theory. Practical experience is crucial, and many beginners focus too much on reading and studying without applying what they have learned. This creates a gap between knowledge and real world skills. So, the number one point here is setting up a home lab. So, create a home lab with an old computer or virtual machine to practice what you learn. Install different operating systems, set up networks, and simulate attacks in a controlled environment. Then comes real world scenarios. So, use your home lab to practice real world scenarios like configuring firewalls and detecting intrusions. Platforms like Hack the Box and Try Hack Me offer cybersecurity challenges that mimic real life networks and systems. Then comes building confidence. So, hands on practice builds confidence. So, solving real problems and seeing the results of your actions make you more comfortable with cybersecurity tools and techniques. And this confidence is crucial when making quick, informed decisions in this field. So, gaining practical experience bridges the gap between theory and practice, making you a more effective and confident cybersecurity professional. So, now we'll see the third mistake that cybersecurity beginners make, that is, lack of documentation. So, documenting your work is a crucial yet often overlooked aspect of cybersecurity. Many beginners focus solely on learning new skills and solving problems without keeping track of their progress. However, good documentation practices can significantly enhance your learning experience. And by keeping detailed notes on what you learn, the tools you use, and the methods you apply, you create a valuable resource for future reference. And this habit helps you review and reinforce your knowledge, making it easier to remember complex concepts. Additionally, well documented work allows you to share your insights and solutions with others, whether through blogs, presentations, or team collaborations. It also helps in troubleshooting, as you can quickly revisit your steps to identify where something might have gone wrong. So, in the professional world, documentation is essential for maintaining clear and efficient communication within a team. And by starting this practice early, you will develop a habit that will benefit you throughout your career. And now we'll move to the fourth cybersecurity mistake for beginners, that is waiting too long to start applying for jobs. So, a common mistake many beginners make is waiting until they feel perfectly qualified before applying for cybersecurity jobs. This approach can be counterproductive. The truth is, you might never feel completely ready, and waiting too long can cause you to miss out on an valuable opportunity. So, start applying for jobs early in your learning journey. The process of applying and interviewing is a learning experience in itself. It helps you understand what employers are looking for, and it can highlight areas where you need to improve. So, early job applications also provide you with real world feedback and networking opportunities. Remember, many entry level positions are designed for people who are still learning and growing in this field. So, employers often value enthusiasm, willingness to learn, and problem solving skills as much as they do technical knowledge. So, by starting early, you can gain experience and build confidence, even if you are not yet perfectly qualified. And then comes the next mistake, that is trying to qualify for all jobs. So, in the vast field of cybersecurity, trying to qualify for every job out, there is a common but misguided approach. Cybersecurity encompasses a wide range of specialties, from network security and ethical hacking to incident response and security analysis. Instead of spreading yourself thin trying to learn everything, focus on a key few areas and become proficient in them. Specializing in special fields make you more valuable to potential employers. It's better to be an expert in one or two areas than to have superficial knowledge in many. So by focusing on specific skills, you can develop a better understanding and expertise that sets you apart from others. So this focused approach also makes it easier to stay updated with the latest trends and advancements in your chosen areas. Remember, depth of knowledge often outweighs breadth when it comes to career advancement and job satisfaction. So, this was all about trying to qualify for all jobs. Now, we'll see the biggest mistake, that is IT foundation fallacy. So, many aspiring cybersecurity professionals believe they need a deep IT background to start their career. This is same as the number one point, but this is a misconception. While having a solid foundation in IT can be beneficial, it's not a prerequisite for success in cybersecurity. What you need are the specific skills and practical experience. Focus on learning about networks, operating system, and security tools. Engage in hands-on practice through labs and simulations to build real-world skills. Cybersecurity is a field where practical knowledge and the ability to apply concepts matter more than theoretical IT knowledge. And many successful cybersecurity professionals come from diverse backgrounds, including those with minimal IT experience. So they succeed by continuing learning and adapting to new challenges. So don't let the lack of deep IT foundation hold you back. Concentrate on gaining the skills and experience that are directly relevant to the cybersecurity roles you are interested in. Now moving to number 7, that is not attending cybersecurity events. So attending cybersecurity events is one of the best ways to stay updated and connected in the field. These events, including conferences, webinars, and meetups, offer a wealth of information on the latest trends, tools, and threats in cybersecurity. They provide a platform to learn from experts, gain insights into industry developments, and discover new technologies. Additionally, these events are excellent networking opportunities, meeting other professionals that can lead to job opportunities, collaborations, and mentorship. Building a network within the cybersecurity community can provide support and guidance throughout your career. And many events also offer hands on workshops and training sessions that can enhance your practical skills. So, by actively participating in these events, you can demonstrate your commitment to continuous learning and professional development. Make it a habit to attend cybersecurity events regularly to stay engaged and informed. So, this was all about number 7 point, that is not attending cybersecurity events. Now, moving to number 8, that is obsessing over which specialization to choose. So, when starting a career in cybersecurity, many beginners obsess over which specialization to choose. This can be overwhelming and counterproductive. Instead of stressing about making the perfect choice, allow yourself the freedom to explore different areas of cybersecurity. The field is diverse, with specializations like penetration testing, incident response, security analysis, and more. Take the time to experiment with various topics and see what interests you the most. This exploration phase is valuable for gaining a broad understanding of this field. So, over time, you will naturally gravitate toward areas that align with your strengths and interests. So, remember, your specialization can evolve as you gain more experience and insights. Early in your career, focus on building a solid foundation and gaining exposure to different aspects of cybersecurity. This approach allows you to make an informed decision about your specialization when the time comes, ensuring you choose a path that truly excites and motivates you. Today, we are going to talk about some really interesting and powerful hacking gadgets. But remember, this is just for learning. We don't want anyone getting into trouble. So, moving on. The best way to keep your computers and devices safe is to know about the risk. So, some risks are easy to cater using strong passwords, and don't download from bad websites, and don't hand your unlocked device to strangers. But there are also hidden dangers that can cause big problems. Some tools look innocent but can be very dangerous. Here are 7 gadgets that look normal but are actually powerful hacking tools. These tools are made for security experts to test systems, but they can be misused. So let's kick things off with a device that's small but incredibly powerful, that is Raspberry Pi. So Raspberry Pi is a compact and affordable computer that has revolutionized the tech world. Originally designed for educational purposes, it has become a favorite among hobbyists, makers, and even professionals. Despite its small size, it boasts impressive capabilities, including multiple USB ports, HDMI output, and support for various operating systems like Linux and Windows 10 IoT Core.
the Raspberry Pi can be used for a wide range of projects, from simple programming and gaming to complex IoT systems and home automation. The Raspberry Pi can also be a dangerous hacking tool. With the right software, it can be used to perform a variety of hacking tasks. For example, it can run Kali Linux, a popular operating system for penetration testing. This allows it to be used for network scanning, password cracking, and even setting up rogue access points to intercept data. Its small size makes it easy to hide, and its affordability means it's accessible to many. In the wrong hands, this innocent looking device can become a powerful tool for malicious activities. Now that we have seen the potential of the Raspberry Pi, which by the way is one of the personal favorites for tinkering, let's move on to another seemingly simple but powerful device, the Wi-Fi adapter. So Wi-Fi adapter might seem like a simple device used to connect to wireless networks, but it can be a potent hacking tool in the wrong hands. These adapters, when paired with the right software, can intercept and monitor wireless communications, making them invaluable for network analysis and penetration testing. For example, they can be used with tools like AirCrack-NG to crack Wi-Fi passwords. Hackers can use Wi-Fi adapters to perform attacks such as packet sniffing and man-in-the-middle attacks. These activities can lead to unauthorized access to networks, data theft, and severe security breaches. It's like having a digital spy in your pocket. While essential for legitimate security testing, it's crucial to be aware of their potential misuse and to secure your own wireless networks against such threats. Speaking of Wi-Fi, you won't believe how sneaky this next device is. Let's take a look at a device that takes wireless hacking to a whole new level, the Wi-Fi Pineapple. The Wi-Fi Pineapple looks like a standard router, but it is a sophisticated device used for hacking wireless networks. It allows attackers to create rogue Wi-Fi access points, tricking users into connecting and revealing their login credentials. Imagine connecting to what looks like a free public Wi-Fi only to have your data intercepted. This device is capable of advanced man-in-the-middle attacks, monitoring, and recording data from all connected devices. Additionally, the Wi-Fi Pineapple can capture Wi-Fi handshakes, which can then be used to crack network passwords. Its powerful feature makes it a favorite among penetration testers for assessing network security, but in the wrong hands, it can be used for malicious activities, highlighting the importance of robust wireless security. So from Wi-Fi to Bluetooth, which is everyone these days, right? Let's now explore a powerful tool for Bluetooth hacking, the Ubertooth One. The Ubertooth One is an open source Bluetooth testing tool that appears to be a simple USB dongle. Despite its unassuming appearance, it can monitor and analyze Bluetooth communications, making it a valuable asset for those testing the security of Bluetooth devices. Think of it as a spy for Bluetooth traffic. The Ubertooth One can capture Bluetooth packets, perform Bluetooth attacks, and even explore vulnerabilities in Bluetooth networks. Its ability to dissect Bluetooth traffic makes it a powerful tool for both legitimate security research and potential misuse. Understanding its capabilities helps highlight the importance of securing Bluetooth-enabled devices against unauthorized access and attacks. Continuing with radio frequency tools, which honestly sounds like something out of a spy movie. So let's discuss the Hack RF1 and its versatile capabilities. So the Hack RF1 is a versatile software-defined radio SDR platform that can transmit and receive radio signals from 1 MHz to 6 GHz. It looks like a standard electronic device, but can be used for a wide range of hacking activities. Imagine being able to capture and manipulate signals across a broad spectrum. With the Hack RF1, users can capture and analyze various radio signals, jam frequencies, and even spoof signals to manipulate communication systems. This tool is particularly useful for exploring and testing the security of wireless communication systems. While it serves an essential role in legitimate research and development, the Hack RF1 also demonstrates the need for robust security measures to protect against radio frequency-based attacks. So now let's look at a tool that takes advantage of a computer's trust in USB devices. And trust me, this one's sneaky, the USB rubber ducky. So the USB rubber ducky is a device that looks like a regular flash drive but acts like a keyboard, typing commands into any computer it's plugged into. Hackers use it to execute pre-programmed scripts that can steal data, install malware, or take control of the target device. It's like a tiny digital ninja. This tool exploits the trust computers have in USB devices, making it a potent weapon for cyber attacks. It's a reminder to be cautious about plugging in unknown USB devices, as they could be rubber duckies in disguise, ready to unleash harmful commands and compromise your system security. So finally, we have got a real undercover gadget here. Let's uncover the secret capabilities of the LAN turtle. The LAN turtle looks like a typical USB Ethernet adapter, but it's a covert hacking tool used to monitor and infiltrate networks. Don't let its innocent appearance fool you. It provides hackers with several capabilities, such as network scanning, DNS spoofing, and data capture. The LAN turtle can be discreetly plugged into a network, allowing access to gather sensitive information and gain unauthorized access. Its ability to operate undetected makes it particularly dangerous, emphasizing the need for vigilance and robust network security measures to prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to your systems. So, there you have it, guys. We have explored some of the most powerful and dangerous hacking gadgets out there. These tools can do a lot of damage if they fall into the wrong hands. That's why it's so important to stay informed and vigilant about cybersecurity.
In this tutorial for today, we will explore the most frequently asked and important interview questions and answers for cybersecurity for all the different levels of proficiency, starting from freshers to experienced. Cybersecurity is crucial in today's digital world, protecting sensitive data from cyber threats and attacks. As cybersecurity risks grow, businesses are investing heavily in security measures, creating a surge in cybersecurity job openings. Roles in security analyst, ethical hacker, and SOC analyst are in high demand across all the industries. Professionals with skills in network security, penetration testing, and cloud security are highly sought after. Preparing for cybersecurity job interviews require knowledge of key topics like encryption, firewalls, threat detection, and risk management. Having a strong list of frequently asked questions will help you boost confidence and readiness. Strong cybersecurity awareness also helps individuals and organizations stay safe in evolving threats. Now, without further delay, let's get started with the cybersecurity interview questions and answers. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now, let's begin with the first question. What is the role of DNS in cybersecurity? Now, the answer for this question is DNS, or also known as the Domain Name System, translate domain names into IP addresses. Attackers exploit it using DNS spoofing, cache poisoning, or tunneling into redirect users or exfiltrate data. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the next question. What is phishing? Provide an example. So, phishing is a social engineering attack where attackers trick users to revealing credentials via fake emails or websites. For example, a fake email from PayPal asking login details, or an email claiming to be from a bank requesting the recipient to provide their login credentials by clicking a link that leads to a fake website. Now, the next question is how encryption is different from hashing. Encryption converts data into ciphertext and can be decrypted back. Hashing is a one-way function that transforms data into a fixed-length hash, which cannot be reversed. Now, question number 4. What is a firewall and why is it used? A firewall monitors and controls incoming or outgoing network traffic based on security rules, preventing unauthorized access and cyber threats. Now, proceeding to question number 5. What is a three-way handshake? It's a TCP process where a client and server establish a connection using SYN, ACK, and ACK packets, ensuring reliable data transmission. So basically, the client sends SYS, or also known as synchronized packet, to the server to check if the server is up or has open ports. The server sends SYN ACK packet to the client if it has open ports. Lastly, the client acknowledges this and sends back an ACK or acknowledgement packet back to the server. Proceeding ahead, we have the 6th question. What is a VPN and why is it used? A VPN, or also known as the Virtual Private Network, encrypts internet traffic, ensuring secured remote access and protecting data from interception. Now, the 7th question. What are the common techniques for securing a computer network? Techniques like firewalls, IDS or IPS, strong authentication, encryption, patch management, network segmentation, and endpoint protection are a couple of common techniques that can be used to secure a computer network. Proceeding ahead, we have the 8th question. Define the terms encryption and decryption. So the answer is, firstly, encryption. Encryption converts plain text into unreadable ciphertext. So the other end is the decryption, which reverses the process using a key to restore the plain text. Proceeding ahead, we have the 9th question. What are cookies in a web browser? So you can consider cookies as some specific details that are stored by the website to help you navigate to the website when you revisit the same website. So the answer is, cookies are small data files stored in the browser to track users' session, preferences, and authentication. Malicious cookies can be exploited for tracking and session hijacking as well. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 10th question, which talks about what is the difference between IDS and IPS. So firstly, IDS. IDS is also known as Intrusion Detection System, which monitors traffic for threats, while IPS is Intrusion Prevention System, which actively blocks malicious traffic. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 11th question. What is two-factor authentication? So for all of those you're already using Gmails or any of the email accounts and you want to log in from a remote location which kind of seems different to your browser, then you get a notification. Authenticate yourself via mobile or your phone, etc., right? Send an OTP or some secured questions. So that is known as two-factor authentication. The security method requiring two independent authentication factors like a password or a one-time code to verify identity is called as two-factor authentication. Proceeding ahead, we have the 12th question. What is SSL encryption? Secured sockets layer encrypted data between a web browser and a browser to prevent eavesdropping and tampering. Proceeding ahead, we have the 13th question. Explain a data security audit. So a security audit is an organization's security control, policies, and vulnerabilities to identify and mitigate risks. Now, the 14th question. Explain cross-site scripting and SQL injection. XSS injects malicious scripts into web pages to steal data. SQL injection manipulates database queries to gain unauthorized access. Now, the 15th question. What is a zero-day vulnerability? So, it refers to a security vulnerability present in software or hardware that is undisclosed to the vendor and lacks an existing solution. This loophole can be leveraged by malicious actors before a remedy is created. So, proceeding ahead, we have our 16th question. Discuss the ISO 27001 and 27002 standards. So, it is a framework for information security management systems, which is ISMS, while ISO 27002 provides guidelines for implementing security controls and practices within an organization. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 17th question. Explain the principles of ethical hacking. Ethical hackers identify vulnerabilities legally, following rules and engagement, ensuring data integrity, and reporting findings responsibly. Now we have the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So the different types of network security includes firewalls, IDS or IPS, encryption, VPNs, endpoint protection, network segmentation, and access controls. Proceeding ahead, we have the 19th question. So moving ahead, we have the 19th question. Discuss the concept of risk assessment in cybersecurity. Risk assessment evaluates threats, vulnerabilities, and potential impacts to prioritize security measures. Now moving ahead, we have the next question, which is, what is the incident response and how is it managed? So the answer is, incident response is handling security breaches using a structured approach, which is detection, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. Now moving ahead, we have the 21st question, which talks about what is the CIA triad in cybersecurity. So CIA stands for C, confidentiality, which is data privacy, I for integrity, which is data accuracy, and A for availability, which is for data access when needed from the CIA triad. Proceeding ahead, we have the 22nd question. What is network sniffing? Capturing and analyzing network traffic using tools like Wireshark, which attackers exploit to intercept sensitive data, is called as network sniffing. Now, the 23rd question. How do you manage cryptographic keys? Using key management systems like KMS, rotate key regularly, use strong storage methods, and enforce least private access, you can manage the cryptographic keys. Now we have the 24th question. Define the terms virus, malware, and ransomware. So the answer for this question is, firstly, a virus. Virus replicates and spreads. Next is malware, includes all malicious software. And lastly, the ransomware, where data gets encrypted and the attacker demands payment for decrypting the data. Now, the 25th question. What is the difference between HIDS and NIDS? So HIDS is host-based IDS, which monitors systems activity on a device, while NIDS is network-based IDS, which analyzes network traffic for threats. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 26th question, which asks about explain data leakage. So unauthorized data exposure via breaches, insider threats, or misconfigurations prevented by DLP or data loss prevention tools is known as data leakage. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 27th question. What is port scanning? A technique used to identify open ports on a system, often used by attackers to find vulnerabilities, is called as port scanning. Proceeding ahead, we have the 28th question. How often should you perform patch management? So, standard-wise, the answer for this question is, it should be done as soon as it is released. And in some cases, it should be done regularly based on risk-based approach, and typically for monthly standard patches and immediately for critical vulnerabilities. Proceeding ahead, we have the 29th question. How would you reset a password-protected BIOS configuration? Now, the answer for this question is, since BIOS is a pre-boot system, it has its own storage mechanism for setting and preferences. A simple way to reset is by popping out the CMOS battery so that the memory storing the settings lose its power supply, and as a result, it will lose its setting. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 30th question. What is a botnet? So the answer for this question is a network of compromised devices controlled remotely to launch cyber attacks such as DDoS or spam campaigns is known as a botnet. Now the 31st question. What is the difference between a threat, a vulnerability, and a risk? So the answer is a threat is a potential danger. A vulnerability is a weakness. And lastly, a risk is a probability of exploitation. Now 32nd question. What is cognitive cybersecurity? AI-driven cybersecurity that uses machine learning and natural language processing to detect and respond to threats is known as cognitive cybersecurity. Now, the 33rd question. What is a block cipher? A block cipher is a symmetric encryption method that encrypts data in fixed-size blocks such as AES. Now, 34th question. What do you mean by shoulder surfing? So, it's a very simple answer. Basically, someone which is observing your screen or keypad to steal credentials or sensitive data is called as shoulder surfing. Now, 35th question. What do you mean by system hardening? So the answer for this question is strengthening a system's security by removing vulnerabilities, disabling unused services, and enforcing strict policies is known as system hardening. Now, the 36th question for the day. How to prevent MITM? So the answer is, to prevent MITM, you have to use SSL or TLS VPNs, multi-factor authentication, and avoid untrusted networks to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks. Now, 37th question is, what is a ransomware? So, the answer for this question, before we get started, we briefly had a discussion about ransomware in our previous questions. Now, let's have a detailed explanation for this one. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts data to make it inaccessible to computer users. Cybercriminals use it to extort money from the individuals and organizations as well that hack the data and hold the data hostage until a certain amount of ransom is paid. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 38th question. What is public key infrastructure? So, the PKI, or also known as the public key infrastructure, issues digital certificates to secure communication, protect data, and provide unique identities. It uses public-private key pairs, requiring a strong infrastructure to safeguard public keys from the attackers. Now, 39th question. What is a proxy firewall? A firewall that filters traffic at the application layer, acting as an intermediary between users and the internet, is called as the proxy firewall. Now we have the 40th question. What do you mean by penetration testing? So a penetration testing is a simulated attack on systems to identify vulnerabilities before real attackers exploit them. Now the 41st question. Explain what a cybersecurity policy is. So basically, a cybersecurity policy is a set of rules and guidelines to protect an organization's information and systems. Now, 42nd question. How does a rootkit work and how would you detect it? So the answer is, rootkits hide malware and avoid detection. In order to find one or detect one, you need to use rootkit scanners, behavioral analysis, and integrity checks to detect them. Now, the 43rd question. Explain the principle of least privilege. So, the users and processes should have the minimum permissions needed to perform their tasks to reduce security risks. So, this particular principle is known as least privilege. Now, 44th question. What are the key elements of a strong security policy? So, the answer for this question is access control, encryption, incident response, audit logging, risk management, and compliance requirements. So these are the key elements for a strong security policy. 45th question. Explain the concept of a digital signature. A cryptographic method ensuring the authenticity and integrity of digital messages using public key encryption is known as a digital signature. Now, the 46th question. What is a honeypot in cybersecurity? So the term honeypot is self-explanatory. So in terms of cybersecurity, it is a decoy system designed to attract the monitor attackers, helping identify the attack methods and also sometimes observe their behavior in order to understand what are their intentions. Now, 47th question. What are the common cybersecurity threats today? So some of the common cyber threats today are ransomware, phishing, DDoS attacks, insider threats, zero-day exploits, and supply chain attacks. Now, 48th question. How can you prevent a man-in-the-middle attack or MITM attack? So for that, you need to use encrypted communications like TLS or SSL, use VPNs, strong authentication, and avoid unsecured networks. 49th question. What is a DDoS attack and how does it work? So the answer for this question, firstly, DDoS, it is called as distributed denial of service, and DDoS overloads a system with excess traffic using a botnet, causing service disruption. So basically, it's kind of blocking the service. And with this, we come to the final question of today's session, which is, what is the difference between black hat, white hat, and gray hat hackers? So the answer for this question is, let's begin with the black hats. Black hats are malicious hackers. They exploit vulnerabilities for illegal purposes. And then we come with white hat. So ethical hackers who help to identify and fix vulnerabilities who have positive ethics are called as the white hat hackers. And gray hat, a kind of a mix and match between the both black hat and white hat. So these hackers help identify vulnerabilities without malicious intent, but may not always have authorization.
With this, we have come to the end of our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will always help you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.